Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. They talk loud, but I'm still here. Lakeysha Keysha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Yeah. Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. I'm still here, no fear, but I'm still here. Lakeysha Keysha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here.
Stretch words like
no fear. They talk loud, but I'm still here. Lakeysha Keysha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Yeah. Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. I'm still here, no fear, but I'm still here. Lakeysha Keysha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here.
stretch words like
no fear. They talk loud, but I'm still here. Lakeysha Keysha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Yeah. Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. I'm still here, no fear, but I'm still.
What up to everybody in the chat? When you guys come in, make sure you like the video. The reason why we ask that you like the video is simply because the more people like the video, it helps the video to circulate through the algorithm. And obviously we are exposing corrupt judges. And this one here on the screen, who we know has a tie to Jeff Metcalf, and it goes on and on and on. Now, if you don't know who 𝐵𝐿𝐴 is, 𝐵𝐿𝐴 is a MAGA. He is a straight up Trump supporter. He was also a January 6th insurrectionist. He was in jail, but of course, the president that some people voted for, because I didn't, let this idiot out. Now, since he got his pardon, this man has been in trouble over and over again. This is why he needed to remain in prison and serve his sentence. This man should have never been let out of prison. Now, I know some of you guys are saying, oh, I thought he had been banned. This is what I need y'all to understand. They have clear evidence of what this guy did. There is nothing else that they need to investigate. They aren't going to drop these charges. They are still saying they're investigating. Tell me what is there to investigate when all of the people were standing there and they heard this man. It is in 4K. Everybody heard it. This is not an allegedly. He said this. So the interesting part about this, y'all, he got the same judge that Karmelo Anthony had. And if you don't know, they're both Republican Trump supporters, both of them. So if this judge is so by the book, why would he let somebody out of jail? Keep in mind, no other judge have let this man out. He has went in front of other judges and they gave him a $1 million bail. This man has been in jail for weeks, but now he gets this Judge ROACH And suddenly his bail is reduced to $250,000 and he tells him to stay out of Texas. Well, ask yourself, you have an open charge in Texas. Why would you be sent back to your home and they're going to say, don't come back to Texas? Let me kind of make y'all understand how it goes. If you go to another state and commit a crime, especially one like this, they're not letting you out of jail. I'm going to tell you why. Generally, they don't want to let you out of jail because they fear you will not come back for court. So the simple fact that they let this guy out and told him, don't come back to Texas. But this is what I need you guys to understand, okay? Did you know that they had already told him, don't come back to Texas for at least 30 days? He had already violated that. He violated. This guy showed up during the Karmelo Anthony trial, right? During the trial, I don't know what, well, I know what he did to get locked up, but he also did something else in which they told him, don't come back around here. Don't get out of Texas. Don't come back for 30 days. He came back a couple of days later. So he had already violated. So why would the judge let him out again and tell him, don't come back to Texas? They had already told him that. And look at the judge that's constantly doing these things. So is this a judge that would give somebody 35 years? Because if you would give a kid 35 years who had never been in jail, never been in trouble with the law, but you got this criminal thug that goes around the country instigating violence and starting shit with Black people, though. You know, he's starting trouble with Black people. So maybe that's why the judge decided to give him a tap on the wrist, because he's only harassing Black people. He let him out and tells him, don't come back to Texas. I'm telling y'all right now, this guy will not be charged. They're saying they are still investigating. Why do you need to investigate when it's on 4K? It's not like somebody heard him say it. It is in 4K. I also want y'all to understand. I'm going to show y'all the video. He literally said this standing right next to the police over and over again. Did you know that they actually had to reach out to the district attorney and provide the information to get this man? They forced them to charge this guy. He was literally standing there. They could have charged him and took him into custody. He stood there right in front of the police and said exactly what he said. And if you don't believe me, believe this.
As know as being the man who went to.
Wait a minute, y'all.
Aaron acted a fool, got thrown in jail, and then cried for about 10 days while he was in jail about how he was being treated unfairly. He got released and got right back to the nonsense. He hopped on a flight and went to Texas to join in on the chaos going on outside of the Karmelo Anthony trial because he's a professional agitator. So he goes to the Karmelo Anthony trial and he purposefully goes in the middle of the pro Karmelo Anthony supporters to disturb them and agitate them.
The Black community refuses to call out the bad members. You need to call out your murderous members of your community. Whatever you're talking about.
So this guy is a professional instigator. Imagine being pardoned by a pedo president, and then you still go out and consistently get in all of this different trouble. These MAGA people, they are criminals. They are dangerous. And this is the type of life that they live. I mean, you know, you get locked up and somebody lets you out, and you mean to tell me you literally get on a plane to start shit with strangers.
I don't give a whatever you talk about. And you know it's fuck you. Shipping out, man. Low impulse control.
Look, that Black man was about to give it to him, though. He like, listen, I know what you want. I'm about to give it to you. If you guys are just coming in, please like the video.
This is the reason why all this can't This is a response. So more white people can jump a Black man and teach their young people that.
Wait a minute. Let me recognize some super chats just because I don't want to leave you guys waiting. Angela Patterson, 9052. Wow, some people believe they are above the law, that they are the law. Yes, exactly. Definitely these MAGA people. Thank you for your membership. Gina Stone, welcome.
This is a response that the mothers, the black mothers in this community is not teaching people to respect personal boundaries. It is not teaching people to talk with respect. And that's why Austin Metcalf said, because of your failure as black parents. Failures as black parents.
In what society can a person continue to go out in the world, get on planes, don't follow the law, but they continue to let him out because he's doing things to black people? I want you guys to understand that these hunkies, and I call them hunkies because they racist, they are thick and connected when it comes to doing things against black people. It is serious. It is very serious. Very, very serious, because they don't care if you are innocent. We're seeing this with a child. These people will put anybody in jail as long as it fits whatever narrative that they're trying to paint. They don't care about innocent and guilty. I mean, we're seeing this right in front of our eyes. This guy has repeatedly been locked up. He is making terroristic threats, telling somebody, when you come out, if you're not found guilty, I'm a pew you in the head. Why would this man be allowed to roam the world? Then his buddy, I don't know if you guys are familiar with his buddy. If you got time, look him up. His buddy name is Chud the Builder. He's in jail for a black person for no reason. And luckily it's on camera. So he is in jail as well. These people think, like y'all put in the chat, they think that they're above the law.
Failures teaching the youth to kill. Failures to your community. Failures to your community.
He says you're a failure to your community, all while you are jumping on planes as if this is your job, going from city to city to get in crowds to agitate black people. Like, come on now, you gotta have something better to do with your life.
You continue to perpetrate. You guys are continuing to perpetrate. Black on white violence is like an epidemic rate.
For the most part, he pulled up with his per usual white supremacist talking points. He would have been fine if he would have just stuck to the white supremacist talking points, because we know what he was doing, man. He pulls up, agitate black people, take a 10 to 15 second clip of black folks responding to his agitation, post it online and make them look bad. We know what the play is, right? They rinse and repeat at every tragedy. But he would have been fine if he would have just stuck to the normal white supremacist rhetoric that he's known to spew. But he took it a step further this time. His rhetoric got more hateful, got more angry, got more venomous. And this was not a smart idea for him, because this caused a lot of trouble in his life.
Black supremacist bullshit. You guys are complicit in the murder of white people.
He says you guys are complicit in the murder of white people. Huh?
Where is the justice? 400 years. Where is the justice? 400 years. Karmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside this courthouse.
I don't know if you guys can hear him, but what he's saying is Karmelo Anthony should be hanging from a tree. This is what he's saying.
Oh, that's not surprising.
He's a murderer.
No place in America.
He's a murderer, racist.
That's the first strike. He began to say things like Karmelo Anthony should be hanging from one of these trees. That is not cool to say. Now, they're going to say it.
Now, listen, I'm not a lawyer, but I feel like even saying that, isn't there something called inciting violence? Like, come on. You don't know that you can't be in the public saying, Karmelo, I mean, anybody should be hanging from a tree. Say that in your crib. Like, how are you in the public saying somebody should be hanging from a tree? Isn't that like inciting violence?
Because again, they feel like they're above the law. They feel like they can do whatever they want to do and there's nothing going to happen to them. Right? These people don't want equality. They want privilege. They want to be able to go from city to city, from state to state, antagonizing black people, threatening black people, and then getting away with it, which is why he's here. Now, this they gave him a pass for. And then he doubled down by leading a cheer at another rally where he says, murder Karmelo Anthony. He starts a chant to murder Karmelo Anthony outside the courthouse.
Now, keep in mind, you guys see the police right there. You'll be able to see how they are immediately there so they can hear what he's saying. Saying that he should be hanging from a tree, he needed to be removed at that moment. But do you know, or do you think, what do y'all think they did? They allowed this guy to stay there. Again, we're dealing with Collins County. This is what we've been talking about. And, you know, their racism that they have embedded in their community.
Kill Karmelo Anthony. Kill Karmelo Anthony.
Y'all hear him? Kill, K-I-L-L, and he's saying his name. So this is what this fool is chanting. Now, you're going to hear a girl is going to say, are you saying that you're going to, you know, Karmelo Anthony? He's like, yeah.
That's not a threat. That's not a threat.
Keep your hands to yourself. Keep your hands to yourself. Keep your hands to yourself. Kill Jake Lang.
Jake Lang even went as far to say that if the court system don't find Karmelo Anthony guilty, he would take it upon himself to murder Karmelo Anthony. That's when the family of Karmelo Anthony and their spokesperson stepped in and said, hold on. Now that's a step far.
Now, remember, I told you all that the police, they didn't do anything. Keep in mind, they were out there during the Karmelo Anthony trial because they don't want people to get the fighting and they don't want it to be, you know, a huge commotion. So they allowed this to ride. This man is, you know, saying hang him from a tree. Then he said what he was going to do. It took their people to get involved to say, hey, they got to do something about this.
Okay, now you can have your opinion on Karmelo, but when you get to saying hang him from the tree, then you start a chant saying kill Karmelo Anthony, and then you say if he's not found guilty, you will take it into your own hands, you would murder him. That's when Karmelo Anthony and his family, while the spokesperson, called for Jake Lang to be arrested for terroristic threats.
We even have saw the white nationalist Jake Lang come out here and say insinuatory threats to the life of Karmelo Anthony, to hang from a tree, and even to allude that Karmelo Anthony should be shot in the head. Our organization asked that the Collin County District Attorney's Office, as well as the Sheriff Department and the McKinney Police Department, open up a criminal investigation to those terroristic threats. There is no place for racism, bigotry, and white supremacy ideology in public.
I think the officer should have arrested him right then and there, because that's not free speech. Those are literal threats. But when Jake Lang found out there was an investigation on the way into him, he tried to get out of Dodge, bruh. These people are y'all gotta really understand, bruh. These people got a criminalistic mindset. That same mindset they try to put on black people, no, they really have it, bruh. This man is a professional criminal.
A professional criminal. I totally agree. Now, somebody put in the chat, we've been hearing that this judge is leaving immediately. I believe it because this man is online. He watching these videos and he knows that people have figured out that he is definitely friends. He don't have to be friends with Jeff Metcalf. But when you're taking pictures like this, and what I did is I tried to put them side by side. What y'all need to understand is you know, some people will say he don't look like that. If you were to see a picture of me 20 years ago, I don't look like this either. If you look at the face structure, this is that man. This is him younger. This is his wife younger. This is in fact him. Now he lied and said that it wasn't him. This is him. I literally went and found his wife picture. That is his dang on wife. Now she don't look like that today. Obviously she whiter, probably didn't have get her suntan going on, but this is them. The judge is running. They're saying now he's getting out of there. He's trying to retire. Let me just tell y'all why, he is allegedly supposed to retire. If it is found that this man is connected and they can prove it and he has not retired, he's going to lose everything. Did y'all know that? So it would benefit him to retire right away, because if he retires and do it right away and nothing has come to in terms of, the legalities of it, he's already received his pension. So why would he be retiring right about now? Because everybody is exposing his ass. This is this man. This is him. There's more proof. There's more. But I'm just going to show y'all this. These are racist individuals. They are blatant with their races because they have another criminal in the White House that, they feel like they can do this shit and get away with it. Like, why would you have these pictures out for the public? The least you could have did was got those pictures off the internet. This man is bold. They are bold, racist, and this is how they operate. I mean, y'all, we just saw it. We raised $4,000 for Karmelo in 24 hours, and these hunkies couldn't take it. Remember, we heard the mother kept getting her, sites was shut down, but I figured, okay, I'm just going to create a website because I own the website. You see what I'm saying? I didn't know how scandalous these hunkies was because I do own the website. But what I failed to realize is although I own the website, it is hosted by MAGA. So if y'all got any accounts with GoDaddy, discontinue them. They are MAGA supporters. They don't give a damn about Black people. And they took that down simply because it was a Black boy that we are supporting and a hunky lost his life. Well, to all the hunkies, keep your hands to yourself, okay? We ain't our ancestors. Don't put your hands on nobody. You never know what their reflexes are going to be. I'm going to say it again. I don't give a damn about Austin. I don't feel sorry for him, and I don't give a, okay? I don't. Now let's read his super chat. Thank you for the super chat, She Loyal ML. Just here to support, sis. Love what you're doing. So yeah, they say that the old corrupt ass judge, who's probably watching now, he's trying to get out of Dodge. But what they fail to realize is there are people all over this world that are there. Man, they are doing their own research. Like they're doing this for free. Nope, they're not getting paid for this because we saw you railroad a Black boy for something that he didn't do. And let me just make this clear. I don't believe it's a situation where I'm saying he shouldn't be punished. I am simply saying he didn't get a fair trial. He didn't get a fair trial. That's it. That's all. So when you get into corruption and then you start fixing evidence, and now we have all these people coming out to say that they saw the video, you set him up. And at this point, since you set him up, he cannot have a what is the word I'm looking for? A fair trial in Collins, in Collins County. So either y'all gonna move this trial to another county, or perhaps just leave it, let it go. Because at the end of the day, there are numerous people that said they saw the video. Those folks don't know the other people. They all said the same things. We saw these kids. Well, we didn't see them because the judge wanted to hide evidence and he didn't allow cameras in the court. But they lied on the stand. Like, we didn't literally have to be there to know they lied. Like, everybody was like, oh, these kids is lying. They couldn't even get their story straight. They couldn't get their story straight. So I am Team Karmelo, and any sympathy that I would have had for your son, I don't have it anymore because you set up a Black boy because your son was a bully. See, something else happened there. And instead of just letting this play out like it should have, you wanted to harbor hate because you want to blame somebody for the death of your son. I know who you should blame. You should blame yourself. You should blame yourself because you taught your son to be a bully. Thank you. And I'm here to support Tana G. I think it's Tanis Gemini. I think that what that is. Thank you so much. But yeah, so they're saying that this judge is trying to get out of there. He's trying to retire. Hey, I guess when the whole internet is exposing you, okay, they're finding stuff about you, they're connecting the dots. Hey, I guess you got to do what you got to do.
He tried to hop on a plane to get out of Dodge. It didn't work. Because very soon after the investigation started, I mean, the evidence was in 4K. He said it, like word for word, 4K. I guess they just had to probably make sure that it was not altered, but he for sure said it. Well,
he for sure said it, and that's what I want y'all to understand. While it does not say that the charges have been dismissed, trust and believe the charges will be dismissed. They told the man, don't return to Texas. They just told his ass not to return to Texas. And guess what he did? He came back. So you mean to tell me a man that was pardoned by the goofy ass president, he was pardoned. He done got in trouble 2 or 3 more times after that. Now he's in trouble down here. After they told him, don't come back, he came back again. So the judge lets him out. No, keep in mind, y'all, no other judge lowered his bail. Why he lowered a man bail? Nobody else would do it because they saw him as a risk. And then he doesn't even live in Texas. So you let him go back to Florida? No, you stay in here until this case is over.
The arrest warrant was put out. Now, when 𝐽 tried to escape out of Texas, they apprehended him and they arrested him for terroristic threats. But they didn't just arrest him with a slap on the wrist. No, they came for him like they was coming for 𝐿𝐶apo. And the bond.
So I want y'all to understand this. They would not have arrested him had they not had the evidence. You just can't call the police on somebody and be like, oh, they said this. They want evidence. The evidence is you could have went to any news station and you could have saw that in 4K. So they came for him because they know what he had did. But now we have a corrupt judge that let the man out and told him don't return back to Texas. Like, how many times are you going to tell him that? You told him that already.
He got, I think the bond sent a message. I don't think the bond he got is a coincidence, and we'll talk about it shortly. But here is 𝐽 breaking down how they came for him and how he feels like his arrest is unfair, of course. All right.
Now, I want y'all to listen to this. One thing these racists do, they know they have a different type of privilege. They go out here and be thugs, commit these crimes over and over again. And then when finally it catch up with him a little bit, and I'm going to say a little bit because he still got out, then he complains as if he's being targeted.
They don't never do nothing wrong. Every time they do something, they get apprehended, they get arrested, is always the system is after them and it's everybody's fault but their own. Here is 𝐽 complaining about how it's unfair and he ain't do nothing wrong after being arrested.
Hey guys, it's 𝐽 here. I'm in the Dallas County Jail. They ripped me off the plane today. Dozens of officers treating me like 𝐿𝐶apo. They drove me through the tarmac. They've arrested me for a felony, what's called terroristic threats, simply because I said that if the jury did not find Karmelo Anthony guilty, then we the people will deal with justice.
You see how he lying? He said that if they didn't find him guilty, he said we the people will deal with justice or whatever. I'm gonna play the video again where it's clearer, where you all can hear him actually saying this. He takes no accountability. Now I see this comment in the chat. It says, please look into the crowdfund organization called Give Black. Now I did take a picture of this because I'm gonna look into that. You're saying it's a Black owned and operated, and upon their rules and regulations, I think that they'll be able to use the site with no problem. Thank you so much. If you guys know about any Black-owned organization, Please let me know, because next time I'm not dealing with nobody. I'm just not. You know, at some point when it comes to certain things, we got to deal with people that look like us. These folks, they're mad and they're angry. And to be honest, to me, it's not about a black or a white thing. It's about fair. But when you're dealing with a certain group of people that think that they're better than you, they only care that a white piece of shit lost his life. Well, again, teach your son to keep his hands to himself. I have never taught my kids to bully. I have never taught them when they were kids to bother other people. And if it was a situation that I knew about that they did, they would have hell to pay. But when you are a drunk father and you beating the mama, yes, okay, and you're teaching the boys that they can bully people, this is generally what happened. Like I have an uncle, and this was many years ago. He was like my best uncle. But, you know, unfortunately, he liked to put his hands on women. You know, now that I'm older, I can really realize it. And he continued to put his hands, you know, on women, unfortunately. And he put his hands on a lady again. And that was the last time he put his hands on somebody. Now, I love my uncle, and I really wish that he was still here. But at the end of the day, like, what really can you do? There's nothing you can do. So, Jeff Metcalf, this is what you taught your son to do. Thank you so much, Nova Kane.
And this is a classic case of lawfare used to squash a First Amendment protester like myself.
It's always the First Amendment with these people, man. They think the First Amendment protects them to do whatever they want to do, bro. Chud thinks he could call black folks the N-word, antagonize the conflict, and then shoot us and get away with it because it's his First Amendment right to apparently shoot black folks. This dude, Jake Lane, thinks it's his First Amendment rights to harass and threaten black people. He has such a disregard for black life that when they came that deep to pull him off the plane and arrest him, he couldn't even fathom why anybody would want to arrest him for threatening to murder a black child.
Now look at this. These... It's almost funny. I mean, because it's like, how can you get mad when they so stupid? This dude really in his retarded mind feels like threatening a black person and saying that you're going to remove them off the face of this earth is okay. He thinks that's okay. To the point that when the folks came to arrest him, he like, what y'all want? Like, I only try to take one of them black folks off the planet. So what's going on? Like, totally disconnected.
He can't even fathom, huh? Bro, all I did was threaten to murder Karmelo Anthony. Why would y'all arrest me for that? He can't even begin to fathom exactly why he's been arrested. Sir, you cannot threaten to murder people. You can't make credible threats, and you especially can't do this outside of a courthouse where tensions are already high. They're trying to stop riots. They're trying to stop mobs.
Right. They're trying to stop it from getting to that level, but yet you're adding to it. And thank you, Lady PFS, for your $10 super chat. Great research, Queen. Thank you.
And you're doing this? Bro, you're raising their temperature too high. You gotta go. Now, Jake Lane.
Right. Doing too much. Now, again, I don't know if you guys remember who he was, but
Culture.
Lang was recorded.
Fix your culture.
Lang was recorded on video saying to someone, he won't be playing basketball. I will be waiting outside this courthouse. Guess what? Headshot done. Authorities say an unidentified individual responded, so you going to kill Karmelo Anthony? To which Lang reportedly answered, yes, I will. Lang has a history of arrests since he was pardoned by President Trump after spending 4 years in prison for the January 6th, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol. At the time of this latest arrest, authorities say Lang was already violating a criminal trespass warning he received outside the Collin County Courthouse 2 days earlier, which banned him from the property for 30 days.
Now, did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? The man was already banned from the property. So tell me, why is it that you were already told not to bring your little crazy tail back around here? You do it anyway. Why would this guy be given a bond to get out of jail? He clearly at home, okay? Why would he be given a bond to get out of jail when they already told him don't come back around here? Make it make sense. This dude is a menace, but again, it's okay as long as he's doing this to Black people. I want y'all to understand. It's okay as long as he is doing these things to the Black folks.
For terroristic threats, but I thought the government classified us as, well, Jake Lang just got arrested again for terroristic threats, but I thought the government classified us as, never mind, it's still them. I'm pretty sure he was warned to stay the fuck out of Texas, but everywhere. Anyways, Dallas, Fort Worth, he was arrested for terroristic threats and booked with a $1 million bond. Evidently after he was spotted outside the courthouse and threatened people, and they said he could have caused bodily harm and that he could have disrupted government function. So they were saying he's trying to stop court cases. And now they got him again with all the bail bonds, all the charges he's already got. This idiot can't stay out of the streets or off the camera for 5 seconds. And now, like Chud the Builder, he's got $1 million bond for this one. I want to see if mommy's going to call the jail and say, why can't he turn his lights off? Why can't he have what everybody else has on the outside? Oh, my God.
You know what? Somebody just put in the chat. Actually, I want to go to this one. He is doing what he's sent to do. They want a race war. Exactly. I don't know if you guys read comments, but from time to time, I will read comments. You will, from time to time, see people in different chats with no followers. Either sometime they'll have a Black picture. And I just want y'all to understand, when you see these people with these Black pictures, that don't mean that they're Black. I just want y'all to understand. But they'll say, oh, we should start a war, or we should do this. Yeah, that's exactly what they want. They want to, I don't know what these crazy hunkies want to do, to be honest, because I don't think like that. Now, somebody says, set up a LLC bank account and let everyone deposit. So I'm going to meet with people that own banks, because you know we in Atlanta, they own shit down here. So I'm going to tell them about these hunkies and what they're doing and see what they suggest. But I'm also pulling in other resources. I'm also going to start sending everybody an email, because I did go into the account, because I can like go in there and just refund. And that's what I did. And I'm going to send y'all an email. I don't know how long it take. I mean, I think when I looked, it said 5 to 10 days. I know it shouldn't take 5 to 10 days, but you can also dispute it. You know, you'll get your money back sooner if you dispute it. But I did go in there and click to refund everybody's money. Let me tell y'all why I just said refund everybody's money. For one, I don't have time to play these games. Then they said, oh, well, we're just going to hold everything for 90 days. What? Talking about some, actually, I think it was more than 90 days. They were like, oh, well, we have to keep it until October. And I'm like, listen, we're not going to continue to, you know, ask for donations. And this is getting weird. Like, why are you? So I don't know what these folks did. Again, it's a MAGA setup. They're mad because they are trying to put this case. Well, they put a case on a Black boy. They say this hunky fell on the knife. It wasn't a knife. It was a multi-tool. They're hiding the video. I don't give about that boy. I really don't. They set up Karmelo. So all the sympathy that I would have had, it went out the window. I don't give a damn about that boy. I'm not even finna sit here and lie.
Karmelo Anthony should be hanging from a tree.
Y'all hear that? Karmelo Anthony should be what?
Outside this courthouse. Karmelo Anthony should be hanging from a tree. Karmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside this court. Karmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside this court. Karmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside this. Karmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside this. Karmelo Anthony should be swinging from a tree outside this courthouse. Karmelo Anthony should be hanging from a tree.
Now, in this particular, they pretty much reference the judge. Let me make this bigger because it's kind of small. They pretty much reference the judge And they talk about how the judge changed a $1 million bond into $250. This is because of that MAGA connection. This guy threatened to take somebody out of here. Come on now, you got to stay in jail until your case is over. You are a threat to society. You are a lunatic. You are already told to get the F-U-C-K from around here, boy, and you back again doing the same stuff. This is a criminal. Why is this man out on the street roaming and gonna try to do something else to somebody else black? Because they don't care. They don't care. As long as he's doing something to black people, they're going to let him out. If he does something to another black person, I want them to sue Collin County, and they need to add this corrupt ass judge. This boy needed to stay in jail until his case is over. Generally, again, if you go into another state and commit a crime, they don't let you go, because especially when it's something this serious, this man need to be in prison. And listen to this racist rhetoric that he has been spewing for years.
Here in Tennessee right now, Clarksville, where Dalton Etherly, aka Chud the Builder, our brother in Christ, our white friend that is being persecuted because he's white and decided to defend himself against an assailant who is black. We need to stand up for Chud right now. If you're in Tennessee, get to the Clarksville.
This idiot is saying we need to stand up for Chud. They have the video where this lion, another one, Hunky, made it seem like this black guy did something to him. He basically the man didn't do nothing to him until after he did that. And listen to this rhetoric that this dude is talking about.
Courthouse is called the Montgomery County Courthouse. 9 a.m. They're going to determine if Chud gets to go home on bond or if he's going to rot away in prison, unlike Karmelo Anthony.
Unlike Karmelo Anthony is not on the internet talking about the black people that he gonna hurt. Totally, these are totally different situations. You see how he throw in Karmelo Anthony, then later says, if he ain't found guilty, I'm gonna take him out. Is this man obsessed with a child? Like, what is going on?
Like any black murderer. Let's see if Chud makes bond. They already set it at $1.25 million, which is exorbitant and completely against any kind of normal law strategy. So we are standing against this weaponized, two-tiered lawfare against white Christians. Please be there today.
Did y'all hear what this idiot said? Against white Christians? Whatever type of Christian he is, I don't want any parts of it. A white Christian, okay, well, count me out. Whatever that is, I don't want it. So these are the rhetorics that this dude was spewing long before his stupid tail got caught.
Details behind the arrest of right-wing activist Jake Lang and the connection with convicted murderer Karmelo Anthony. And good Dallas football devout friends when for CBS News Texas at 10 o'clock, everyone. I'm Ken Molestina in for Doug tonight. Before we get a check of your first alert forecast, though, with dangerous heat moving in, we're getting new details obtained exclusively by CBS Texas. Court documents revealing that a prominent right-wing activist has been charged with making a terroristic threat to allegedly kill Karmelo Anthony. Jake Lang spent 4 years in prison for the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. Our J.D. Miles with the exclusive new details from the Collin County Courthouse.
We reported on this arrest last week, but up until now, it hasn't been revealed what led to it. Jake Lang was out here earlier this month with hundreds of other demonstrators. We learned today from court documents he was reportedly recorded on a live stream video saying that he was going to kill Karmelo Anthony with a gunshot to the head.
Fix your culture. Fix your culture.
These are some of the videos that show right-wing activist Jake Lang confronting supporters of Karmelo Anthony outside the Collin County Courthouse on the first day of testimony in Anthony's murder trial. It was on that day, June 4th, when authorities say Lang was recorded on video saying to someone, "He won't be playing basketball. I will be waiting outside this courthouse." Guess what? Headshot done. Authorities say an unidentified individual responded, "So you going to kill Karmelo Anthony?" To which Lang reportedly answered, "Yes, I will." The Texas Fusion Center, which was covertly monitoring the courthouse for threats, along with social media and live streams, used facial recognition technology to identify Jake Lang as the person on the video making the threat to Anthony's life. The 31-year-old from Florida was arrested while trying to leave the state and has been in the Collin County Jail with a $1 million bond, charged with making a terroristic threat. It's a felony that comes with a 2 to 10-year sentence if convicted. Here is a recording of the live stream which got Lang in serious trouble.
With convicted murderer.
Yeah, I clicked it. Okay, wait a minute. I want you guys to listen to, they have this man on tape. So it's rather interesting that they say they're still, y'all still investigating. Like, what are you talking about? I'm sorry, I think I hit it and it went. But let's listen to this. They got this fool on tape. 4K.
Charged with making a terroristic threat. It's a felony that comes with a 2 to 10-year sentence if convicted. Here is a recording of the live stream which got Lang in serious trouble.
And I'll be right here too.
Headshot.
And I'll be right here too. So you gonna kill him?
Yes.
So you gonna kill Karmelo Anthony?
Yes, I will.
Lang has a history of arrests since.
Are you gonna kill Karmelo Anthony? Yes, I will, is what he said. But if y'all listen to the recording when he called in from jail, he made it seem like, oh, I didn't say that. Dude, it is on video. Like, they got you, they can see you saying it. This is not edited. This is not AI. You said that.
He was pardoned by President Trump after spending 4 years in prison for the January 6th, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol. At the time of this latest arrest, authorities say Lang was already violating a criminal trespass warning he received outside the Collin County Courthouse 2 days earlier.
Did y'all hear that? He already got in trouble for trespassing 2 days earlier. I'm going to go back to my point. He's already got in trouble 2 days earlier. Why did they give him a bond? They already told this dumb idiot, don't come back here, boy. He came back anyway. I don't understand. The only thing I understand is this, is because he is committing crimes against Black people. Oh, he ain't hurting these crackers. Let's just let him out, because this don't make sense. If I'm a judge, they already told you not to come back around here. I ain't letting you out. Again, no other judge let this man out. They was like, listen, if you got $1 million, we'll let you out. This guy lowers his bail to $250,000. Why would you do that?
Which banned him from the property for 30 days. CBS News Texas discovered that Lang has an online fundraising account that's collected nearly $50,000.
And all of these hungers are grifters. So it's so interesting how they're trying to get everybody fundraiser took down. Who goes out and get themselves into legal trouble every single time you're coming asking the public for money? This makes no sense. But again, his supporters are just like him. So they are happy that he is going out trying to make some Black person life miserable.
On the exact same crowdfunding website as one that just days ago shut down an account to collect money for the family of Karmelo Anthony. Lang is scheduled to appear for a bond hearing tomorrow in the same court in front of the same judge, John Roach Jr., who presided over the Karmelo Anthony murder trial. In McKinney, J.D. Miles, CBS News, Texas.
You're right. They lowered his bond. 250,000. That's like what, a fourth? I mean, come on now, 250? No, it needed to stay. As a matter of fact, it should have been 2 million. I'm sorry, y'all. He didn't need to get out. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐿 needs to shut down his page like they did Karmelo Anthony. Exactly. And if you guys, what the reporter reference is, this is the same 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐿 that basically took Karmelo Anthony's fund down. Do y'all see what I be saying when I said all these folks work together? I mean, that is exactly what it's giving. I don't understand. Well, I do understand, because let me show y'all, kind of explain to y'all how these people work. You know how you may know somebody that work wherever they work. Well, these MAGA Republican people, they all band together. So they know people that work here, over here. They may not know of directly, but they know of somebody indirectly. That's just how they operate. They're very nasty people, Don't trust them and watch their ass, okay? If they say they're Republican, just watch them. You know that they dirty and they low down. But if you guys think about it, anybody that supports an administration that has messed with children, come on now, just throw your hands up on that. Let me see what y'all saying in the chat. Right, they are webbed together. Exactly. Definitely. Most definitely. Just to think this is the group that Trump wants to establish the slush fund. Right. Yeah, so they can put the money in their pockets. The exact value, it was established as a 1.776 billion, roughly 1.8 billion fund. And y'all know what? As soon as they was going to make it available, I most definitely was going to apply. And if it becomes available, y'all make sure y'all apply. We don't know if we're going to get it, but hey, we know that, you know, these corrupt folks. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐿 took the Anthony's crowdfunding down because the trial was over. They had a statement saying that the Anthony's family can. I saw that. Yeah, you are right. But here's the deal. That is what I said as well. But I believe that they put up that statement, but I don't believe that they can start. I don't know. You are so right. They did put out a statement, and I don't understand either, to be quite frankly. They did put out a statement because I was saying the same thing, like, oh, they can start it again. Because it said that they closed it because that trial was over. What they stated is if you start a fund over there, you have to start it for whatever the intended purposes was. So they said since it had closed. So you're absolutely right. I was wondering the same thing, like why they just can't go back over there. I don't know. Good question. But they did say that. You are absolutely right. Absolutely. Oh, listen. Love and Happiness 8178. You said Metcalf father still getting donations. I'm starting to think the reason that he's going on all these different podcasts is to keep the donations rolling in, because I actually let's take a look at his fundraiser. If you look at his fundraiser that the father set up for Austin, you know, he's steady grifting, steady asking for money. But if you look at it, you can actually tell within the last few days, he's gotten donations. It says 22 recent donations. 22. And if we look at, well, wait a minute. If we see them all, you see 2 days ago, he got 200. 18 hours ago, he got 100. 21 hours ago, he got another 100. Somebody anonymously sent him 200. 2 days ago, 200. 1 day ago, 100. 3 hours, 25. So he's been getting money since he's been going out on this, you know, this press tour. Oh, this was all about money. It's very interesting that he says the Anthony family was, you know, using the whatever he was saying. You guys do understand that 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐿 they released a statement. The money that the Anthony family had in here, they were not able to use the money for nothing other than their attorney fees and moving, because they had to move 8 times as a result of what these folks was doing to them. So all the lies that they're spewing, saying that they bought cars and houses, if y'all go look, she posted that video in 2023 and stated that, you know, I guess she had got a new car. But what you guys also need to understand is the father was a finance manager. So if you work with cars, I'm sure you can get a car whenever you want. So that was all things that they were doing to actually project, because they was actually using their money for that, because they literally were asking for donations. Their donations was not tied to a specific cause. It pretty much was like, my son died, give me some money. So in that case, they can use their funds for whatever. When the Anthony family set theirs up, they said, listen, this is for attorney fees. So they never, ever got the money to do anything other than pay for the attorney and to move. I just want y'all to understand that. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐲 released a statement. They already said that. So why would 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐲 lie? Okay, I got to block somebody. I'm on it. Let's see here. Oops. All right, we got a troll in here. Okay, let's see. I don't know if I got any mods here. If there's any mods in the chat, can you look at that? It says block Ralph Love. And everybody is saying it. Ralph, we about to get your fool ass up out of here. Don't nobody like you. So we about to find you and get you on up out of here. As soon as I find his ass. Ralph, where you at? Okay, let me get your dumb ass up out of here. Here's Ralph. Let's just read Ralph for filth because he a dumb honky. We already know this. Ralph, we work so hard, okay? Ralph, it's you and your people that are all on welfare, okay? It's you and your people in your food stamp card and whatever you get from the government. We work hard as hell, okay? So, Ralph, go sit your ass down somewhere, and we about to get you up out of here, okay? We about to get you up out of here. Get your fool ass up out of here. It's always one of them hunkies coming up in here talking about us. We ain't like y'all. We work extremely hard. Lakeysha, did you notice that Jake Lang has the same haircut as Karmelo's former attorney? Oh, he sure. That's weird. Yeah, he does. There are symbols that YT super degenerates identify with that haircut. You know what? I didn't even think of that, but they most definitely has that. They got the same haircut. Definitely do. Definitely got the same haircut. I'm not explaining myself. I just sometimes I just be want to cuss them out, you know, just because. Y'all gotta follow me over there on TikTok. Let me show y'all my TikTok now. I have been over there on TikTok and I'm starting to get just a little bit more familiar with it. Y'all go ahead and follow me over there, okay? Because what I want to do, you know, since being over there, some of these folks is spreading some false information about the Karmelo Anthony case. I understand people want content, but some of these Negroes will do anything for content. And it ain't just the Negroes, because I see some of the white folks over there lying too. So go ahead and follow me, y'all, over there on TikTok. My handle is the same. What I'm going to do is start doing panels over there. Like I said, I was over there listening and I saw a few panels and them folks was just lying. I said, now listen, I can literally take some of my content that I'm already talking about over here where I provide receipts and we can literally have panels and conversations over there versus these lies that these folks are telling. I'm not even going to say what they said because it was a lie and I'm not going to spread lies. So yeah, they were just lying. That's pretty much what they were doing. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, go ahead and subscribe. You know, like I said, I'm going to do that, try to do some panels over there. And we could just kind of talk about the content that I did over here in more detail. When Jews from Israel came to America and have up to 13 kids, like the Torah pushed them to then get on welfare and don't work. White Americans, stay quiet about that. You know, I am really to the point in my life, I don't give a damn what them folks think. For real, for real. Somebody said, is he out of prison? I don't know if he's actually out, but the judge dropped his bail to $250,000. I'm assuming that is what he has to be able to pay it, or maybe get a bail bondsman. I don't know. Let me check. I thought I saw something that said he was out, but let's see. Good question. Let's see what it says. It says that he's not out yet. I think this happened today, maybe. So it says that he's still there, but I'm sure he'll get out soon. I mean, they reduced his bail to $250,000. He done grifted $50,000. And generally, the judge reduced it to $250. That could have been the amount that his attorney asked the judge to reduce it to. But I believe he will get out. I believe he definitely will get out, because what will be the purpose to reduce his bail to $250,000 if in fact he can't get out? So I think he will. What y'all think? I definitely think that he will. 25 grand is what he, oh, so listen, look, see, I don't know nothing. She said DC Fly 518 says he only has to come up with 25 grand. Well, we know he has that because he has grifted almost $50,000. I didn't know that. I thought if you have a bail for $250, you got to pay $250. Apparently you don't have to. So he's not out now, but he will be out. I mean, we know that because did y'all see his, look, let me show y'all his 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐢𝐛𝐞. All right, let me show y'all something. I wondered if they, okay, let me see where it's, I wonder if they took his down. I'm wondering if they took his 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐢𝐛𝐞 down because I'm trying to find it. Jake Lang 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐢𝐛𝐞 fund. All right, let me see if I can find it. Okay. I am so confused because on the news, they showed that the man had raised about 50, or I think it said like 47,000. When I try to bring up his account, it says $150. So this couldn't be the correct account. But I don't know. Like I said, the news, the media stated that he had about 50,000. I think it was like 47,000 in there. But for some reason, I can't find his account. I wonder if they took it down. Who knows? But I'm sure he'll be out. Like, definitely gonna be out. Yes, the judge is definitely a good old boy. Right. His money should be revoked. But why would you let him out when no other judge has let this man out? Like, he has went in front of at least one other judge. They said no. Absolutely. This man is constantly in trouble. And then you travel. I have a problem for people that literally go from city to city to start shit. You don't even live here. You came from Florida to be in front of people yelling. Come on now, dude. That's just a little bit too much. Who said put the link in the chat? You say put the link. Where do you want to come up? What do you want to say? So somebody said, did ROACH quit? Let's see. Let me see somebody's comment. So did ROACH quit or is he just retiring? Well, you know, I'm sure he would retire. Nobody, I mean, quitting is just like retiring because he want to get his, you know, his retirement. Okay, you said it's still there, 48,654. When you look it up, what name do you say? Because when I type Jake Lane in Google, I'm not seeing his account. But like you know, like the news had already stated that it was there. So that's why I said I'm sure it's there. I just for some reason couldn't find it. We should do some research and find out if he's part of WSKKK groups. Judge Roach. What is that? What is WS? I don't know what that means. Why don't we boycott 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐢𝐛𝐞? We have a lot of power in our dollars. We have the money. People, let's pull back from all organizations that are visibly making it difficult for us. That part, I don't know if you just joined or if you were here for all of this live, but I just was telling people that I don't mess with GoDaddy. I've always had an account with GoDaddy. Once they did pretty much taking the website down because some disgruntled hunky called them for no reason and had my website took down. I was on the phone with them people for like 5 hours. I was tired. First of all, I shouldn't have to be on the phone because you took my website down that I fucking paid for. So I just told them, give me my money back. Like, I don't operate like this. You take my shit down, just give me my money back because I don't do business with people like this. You take my website down, they put it back up, but I want whoever did it fired. I want you to tell me what happened. I don't want you to tell me you don't know what happened because I'm going to tell you what happened. So you're right. I don't do business with people like that. So I cussed them out. I cussed their ass out. And then the hunky gonna have the nerve to send me an email saying, oh, you cussed out my employee. I cussed him the fuck out. First of all, don't you dare send me an email as if I did something wrong. When you hunkies took my website down, wasted 4 to 5 hours of my time that I had to continually and consistently call back, be transferred all over, you kiss ass. Okay. I will never do business with GoDaddy. And now that I remember, as many times as I have called them, do y'all know I ain't never spoke to a black person? I didn't even realize that. I told them, I said, you are MAGA and you support people that do things to children. I said, I didn't realize that y'all were so connected with this MAGA movement. And I told him, I recorded the calls. When I get done blasting y'all ass, I said, hopefully people call and tell you to disconnect their accounts based on this situation. He didn't say shit back after I told him that I had recorded everything. Yeah, he decided that maybe he didn't want to say shit else, but I literally recorded the calls. I sure did. But you're absolutely right. We have so much strength in dollars. We must stop. I'm to the point in my life that I cannot support anybody that I rightfully know that they align with white supremacy. And when they did that to that account, hey, after I had, wasted my time and been on the phone for that long, I realized I don't want to do business with y'all. Like, seriously, I don't want to do business with you. This was something that I paid for. You don't get to inconvenience me, waste my time, and have me make multiple calls, and then you figure out what happened, but yet you don't want to tell me for fear. I don't know. So yeah, you're right. We can't do business with these folks. We can't. Can we create our own website? I'm working on that, but see, with the website is easy, but what the issue is hosting it. Okay. So for instance, you can create a website, but you have to find somebody to host it. So I just got to make sure that I'm aligning and connecting with the right people and make sure that they know about these hunkies. So that is what my next strategy would be. So yes, ain't nothing changed. We ain't giving up on Karmelo. I'm just making sure that next time that I'm aligning with the right people so that they know ahead of time. And in all honesty, I'm looking for black folks. Black owned, that's what I'm looking for. Again, I don't want to deal with these sort of people because as much as people want to say it's not about race, it's all about race. Because if Karmelo was white, it wouldn't be a problem. Let's just call it what it is. Somebody said, 𝐸𝐮𝐻𝐿ockCain. 𝐸𝐿ockCain. All right, we coming for your ass. Somebody said 𝐸𝐿ockCain. And I don't understand, like, why do these folks waste their time to go in people chat, knowing they can be blocked, knowing their comments can be deleted? This how you know they idiots, for real. Like, but yeah, free Karmelo. Karmelo has so many people, y'all, that support him. Like, that really warmed my heart to see people that never met each other that were stepping up. And when I tell you them folks was saying all kind of stuff, they wasn't playing about him. Yet, okay, yes, I was hear when you were on the call with them. Oh, by the way, did you catch her thanking you for a good cause? Yes, I did. And do you know that lady was, I don't know. I know she wasn't a white lady, so she wasn't white. She was something else. I don't know, maybe Indian or something like that. But yes, she did. She said, thank you for a good cause. But catch this. The last time I called there, I think that guy that I had spoke to, I think he did it, because this is what he said to me. He said, well, do you know them? I said, well, do I know who? He said, do you know Karmelo? I said, no, I don't know him. And I said, but you know what I have? What I have done? He said, what? I said, I've met thousands of people that are standing for this family. I said, no, I don't know him. I don't know anything personal about him. I said, but what I do know is that he deserved justice. And the website wasn't working no more. So I feel like whoever is going around doing whatever they're doing, because keep in mind, y'all, the family they already said this. Remember, this is why I was trying to help. They've already said this. This is what they do. They go around and do this weird shit, but they got the right one. Yes, too many people are praying for this baby and the family. Oh, okay. The last part of your comment. Yes, so I didn't tell her anything. I was literally calling because the website, it was at one point. Let me show y'all what the website said. You remember we had did the live, but then I had to jump on a meeting. And then I ended up checking it because in my meeting, somebody was like, I'm trying to donate. And it said this. It was saying service unavailable. So I said, let me clear everything. Let me shut the computer down. Did it again, and it was saying it again. So I had to wait until I got off my call. But the reason why she knew is because who don't know about this case? Like, it's highly controversial. That's why remember I told you I had talked to the other guy at GoDaddy. First thing he said, do you know them? Why are you asking me questions? That's why I made sure to tell that honky, I don't know them, but they have so many people that don't know them, that are rooting for them, and we are going to get justice. I said, nope, I don't know them, but I met a whole bunch of people, thousands of people. I was just lying. I ain't met thousands of people. I was just letting him know that we are Team Karmelo. So when I told him that, child, they done disconnected the website. But I mean, it is what it is. What that really taught me is this is why we have to get as many things as we can get Black owned. It is what it is. This is why we got to go with the people that look like us. I mean, that's what it taught me. That's what it taught me. So GoDaddy, you just lost a customer. And as much as I thought I had good service with you all, GoDaddy, this experience overshadowed it because it showed me who you really was. Because me as a consumer, I can make a website for whatever the hell I want to, as long as it's legal. You know what I mean? If I want to create a website and say, if you want to donate, click this button, that's perfectly legal. That's perfectly legal. Another person that y'all shouldn't F with is Stripe. They full of shit too. So Stripe was the first payment processor for the people that, for anybody that donated. It was through Stripe. So you have your Stripe account. And I actually kept all the payments there because with Stripe, you can do it two ways. You can have it deposited or you can hold it. So I click hold it because I don't want it to be deposited. I click hold it. Well, these hunkies called the folks. I don't know what they told them. Do y'all know what Stripe said? Oh, well, it's a risk that people can dispute it. Anytime somebody used their credit card, they can dispute it. The website clearly stated this is a donation website. It talked about, a few things about Karmelo, and it said this is what happened to him. I think they really got mad because on the website, did y'all see what I had put on there? I had talked about Suzanne Wooten. I had talked about them being corrupt. They ain't like it, but that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Because you don't make me stop. I keep going. And what you just did was made me go harder. Now I'm going to go on TikTok. Okay. So I'm going to be over here. When I'm done over here, I will be on TikTok. Okay, that's how that's going to happen. So yeah, they didn't stop shit. They just really pissed me off, which they shouldn't have never did. You know, pissing me off is not really a good idea. So yeah, when I saw that on the website, I was like, what the hell is going on? But I knew what time it was. I knew. But Karmelo has the world. He has the world. The only people that support Austin is the racist hunkies. Let's just be honest. Keep your hands to yourself. Did I ever tell y'all what happened to me? When I was young, somebody thought they can put their hands on me. And when I got done with their ass, honey, so put your hands on somebody if you want to and see what's going to happen, okay? Keep your hands to yourself. I teach my children, they're adults, very well mannered. The only time they're gonna lay hands on you, you're gonna have to lay hands on them first. They don't touch people. They don't put their hands on people. Fuck you. Okay, you're gonna make me cuss. Let me tell you something. F-U-C-K the Metcalfs, them crackheads, okay? F them and you too. You know what they should do? They should jump in the grave with their son. They should jump in the grave with their dead ass son. Okay, that's what they should do. All right, so you got exactly what you came for. F them hunkies and you too. And now you're about to get blocked, bitch. You think this is? I don't owe no hunky nothing. Up out of my chat. You think you talking to? What's wrong with him or her? I don't owe no hunky nothing. You talking about I owe them an apology. He owed a bottle an apology. Leave those. Boy, you gonna make me cuss. Exactly that part. That part. Why is white people always looking for an apology? From who? Okay. Low class alcoholics? What is you talking about? You have to start moving in silence. You obviously don't know the definition to what you're saying. This is a public thing, so it will be public. I don't know you from Adam, so it's not like I can call you on the phone and say, hey, we're going to do this. No, there's nothing about moving in silence with this. The reason why the world is able to talk about Karmelo is because we are on this here internet. We ain't moving in silence. The next thing I set up, nobody will be able to take it down. There is no silence. If we would have kept silent, we wouldn't be talking about this now. This ain't the place for silence. Not here. No, we ain't moving in silent. We telling the world. See, if I was moving in silent, I wouldn't be making videos. I wouldn't be talking about it. I would be like, oh, I got to keep it to myself. I got to move in silent. This ain't the place for silence. Ain't no silence. So how could I raise money for Karmelo if I didn't tell people? That I wouldn't raise any money, right? That don't make sense. No, there's no silence here. We are saying it and we're saying it loud. Oh, and you know what? I am so sorry because it is Juneteenth Day, y'all. Okay, so I hope y'all gonna get out and celebrate Juneteenth Day. Okay, I don't know what you guys have planned for today, but I actually said I'm gonna do something because I feel like I need to be surrounded by Black love. Okay, some Black folks. Now, if you all forgot what Juneteenth Day is, it is, well, I know this crazy lunatic that we have in the White House. I thought he had said he was not going to make it a federal holiday, but everybody thinks he's a joke, right? I'm going to be honest. I forgot that it was Juneteenth, and I went to work out today, and we normally have a set schedule. And when I went, I was wondering, like, damn, why are they all into the exercise when I came like 2 minutes after the class had started? You know, so I got there and she was like, oh, we started at 9. What you mean y'all start at 9? The class started at 9:30. And she says, oh, we started early because it was Juneteenth Day. And the first thing came to my mind, girl, you white. This place is owned by a white person. Why do you always want to take part in all of the stuff about Black people that mean them getting off work? So I said, oh, okay. Okay, then. But yeah, I had actually forgot, but I would have remembered because, I'm in Atlanta. But y'all make sure y'all get out and do something for Juneteenth Day. Like I said, I feel like I need to be around my Black folks. And also, I'm in Atlanta. I felt like I needed to get out and network. And I felt like this would have been the perfect day to do so, especially now that I am seeking to find who can help me with this fundraiser. So I'm going to do something. I don't know what it's going to be, but yeah, I want to do something. I just don't know what. I agree with sis. We can't move. Exactly. We can't move in silence. People need to be aware of the Karmelo case. Now, I understand what the person said when they said move in silent. This is not a situation that we move in silent about, because if we're not on the internet talking about this, nobody would be talking about this case. They're talking about this judge is trying to run out and retire. He ain't retiring because we ain't on this internet dragging him for filth. I'm sorry, he is retiring because we're on this internet dragging him for filth. We need to get this out. This is not a silent situation. We need to put this all out. Ain't no silent about this. Even with a fundraiser, I can't have a fundraiser in silent. The only thing I can do is make sure I get people and let them know. So when they start getting the false claims, they gonna know what it is. Okay, that's the only thing that I can do. I can't move in silence. Nobody's moving in silence about this. No, we got to scream this from the mountaintop. Karmelo Anthony was railroaded, and we got to keep saying it. Lakeysha, stay of good courage. The fact that they are in here means they fear the information you are sharing. Yes, and I'm unfucking shakeable. Okay, I am. Listen, let me tell you something. You wouldn't even understand. Listen, I could survive in the wilderness and still come out looking just like this. They don't know how I'm built, so they need to go play with their mammies. Okay, not me, not today. And I whoops. Okay, I do that too. So play with your mammy, not me. Play with your mammy. He retired to leave the country. Huh. Who knows? But did you notice before he left, he let another racist out, which is very interesting. You know what it gives? It really gives that this man did not like Karmelo. It really gives that this guy was biased, y'all. How could you be so stern towards somebody that has never been in trouble? Do y'all know they basically perceive Karmelo as a monster? A monster. They perceived him as a monster, and that's not who he is. The only monsters in that courtroom was the Metcalfs, they people, and that lady Sarah that they said she was letting that man do stuff to her daughter. Those were the only demons in that courtroom. Oh, and including the judge and the district attorney. But yeah, they looked at Karmelo like he was just monsters. Just monsters. So you have to go and rewatch the video. I'm not going to repeat what you say, what they do to the website. You got to just go back and rewind it. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I did say it a few times. The entire courthouse was in it. Listen, y'all. Now, I am not going to say names. When people tell me stuff, I don't say what they told me unless they say. If they want to come over here and say it, they can say it. But you're right. The entire courthouse was in on it. Yes, they were. Everybody was in on it. Somebody told me recently that they had offered Karmelo 30-something years, right? Well, I'm sorry. Let me not say that. I don't know what they offered him. But the person said that if Karmelo is found innocent, they're going to give, I'm sorry, if Karmelo is found guilty, that they're going to give him 30 some years. The person said this weeks ago, before he was convicted. Also, they were saying that he was convicted and the verdict had not been rendered. How did they know that? It's something, y'all, with that jury. I don't know what it is, but I feel like some people on that jury were placed there for a reason. I don't believe those were people of the community. They were of something, but I don't think they were of the community. Because even the people that were in the court said, how did they find him guilty of that? Like, how did he get found guilty of that? You got found guilty of that, a person that you didn't even know. Yeah, I don't even believe the jury was people from the community. Again, I believe they were of something, but not of the community. If y'all recall, I don't know if you watched my previous videos, but I did a video about 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞. They did the same thing to her. Obviously, it was a different situation. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞 was convicted. If you look at her case, they literally forced the conviction. They continued to go back to the grand jury. I believe it was 7 times, to the point that the grand jury had wrote the judge a letter and said, please don't bring this case back to us. There's no evidence here. Guess what they did? They still indicted her and they still got a conviction. Listen to this, y'all. She came back and appealed it or whatever. You know how you appeal your conviction. Y'all know what ended up happening to her case? They said that Collin County never had enough evidence to even charge her. So based on that, they threw the whole case out. They didn't even have the opportunity to try to charge her again because they threw it out. They said basically what they did is what she said. I think it's called maybe malicious prosecution or something, when you charge somebody with something and you really don't have evidence. She sued them. And Judge Roach daddy, his daddy is crooked too. His daddy was sued. You said, hi, Lakeysha and Chad. Do you know that Judge Roach late father railroaded a lady the same way years ago? Well, I don't know if you're talking about the 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞 lady that I just mentioned. If you're talking about somebody else, can you put her name in the chat? These boys were terrorizing people everywhere they went. They have a family member that's running a prison. Yes, and did y'all know this? The day that this incident happened, their parents were already called to the school for them idiots doing something else. They were horrible. They were horrible. We don't miss horrible ass people of society. We don't miss them. They were horrible. 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 Austin picked on a girl in another school and got suspended for it. And guess what, guys? Because the judge sealed this case, we don't know what evidence they actually decided to let in the trial. Because why is it that these boys' school records were never called into play? If Karmelo had had a record, it would have been called into play. If y'all recall, they lied and said Karmelo had been suspended. They were just literally lying on him. It's like they were giving Karmelo them boys' records. They were straight up lying. I believe the Metcalf family has ties to one of the members of the jury in the trial. It will come out. I believe they got ties to a few people. Also, listen, guys, I found out in Texas, in order to win, everybody has to either find you guilty or innocent. Okay. So now that, we know this, we can understand why they strike those black jurors, because if just one person would have said not guilty, then they wouldn't have been able to find him guilty. But yeah, I believe that there is some connection to the reason why I believe that there's some connection to the people on the jury is because when I read 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞's case, she got convicted. So when I started thinking, I was like, well, how she get convicted? I said, there has to be some kind of tie to the jury. I've already dropped the link. So, I mean, you saying I've been dropped the link. I mean, you actually have to look in the chat. People are putting stuff in the chat. So if you don't get it, you're going to miss it. I have dropped the link. I can drop it again. The link been dropped a long time ago. Let me drop it again. Yep. So when I put it in there, you literally have to get it because it's going to move up real fast because people are saying something in the chat. So I'm dropping it now, but if you don't grab it, you're going to miss it. Like I just dropped it, but it's going to be gone in like 2 seconds. So it's there, but it's going to move up really fast because people start putting stuff in the chat. Yep, it's there. Judge Roach's wife was the divorce lawyer for, I've heard that. I have heard that. So somebody did say that. I've heard that. I did hear that. And y'all look at this. This is Judge Roach's wife. Listen, LinkedIn is a professional site. If you on there, you got your picture. This lady has now removed her picture. All of this is suspect. Don't know lawyer or ain't no damn lawyer on LinkedIn without a picture. So it's very concerning that she would remove her picture. What y'all think about that? All right, we got a few people here. Give me a second. All right. Ooh. Somebody left. All right, let's see here. What's going on? Hello, is it 𝐬𝐮𝐻𝐫𝐞, Nebraska? Let me unmute you. You're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm just messing up today, huh? Link, then I'm muted. But we good. But
you're echoing a little bit.
I'm echoing.
Now you're not.
Okay. No. Okay.
So what you want to talk about? What you got to say?
Okay. Just the fact, like in the comments earlier, that from when I was looking at everything that was going on and putting things together, I just figured that the entire courthouse was in on it. Maybe the jury could have been in on it, force them having people from the community that they knew, like the comment you just made as far as saying that, all jurors had to be in agreement to make sure that, Karmelo didn't walk. So that's why I think when they was, putting everything down, that's how it came out that way. So then when you had the other lawyers, the defense lawyers, Karmelo lawyers, pretending to fight his case, I mean, I think just besides myself and, I see you when I check you out, the world, people that actually do have humanity and empathy for others and compassion. People are pissed about this. It's one thing to do something and then you do your time that they give you if you are guilty. But it's another thing to do something and get railroaded and you have, no type of hope in that situation. So like I say, I've been watching and praying and, pushing the message out myself. And I hope Karmelo gets to come home. It may not be tomorrow, it may not be next year, but hopefully it's sooner than, 17, 18, 20 years. But that's
Right,
pretty much, that's all I'd
right.
say.
Yeah, I agree. Listen, I keep telling people think that I know them. I'm like, listen, I don't know them. I have never met those folks in my life. But what I do know is I have sons, and I know I teach them to, be good people when they're, out in the world. But to be in a situation where somebody jump you, you gotta protect yourself. They did not even allow the facts to come out. They didn't allow the facts to come out, and they tried to make him look like a monster, but it didn't work. And that's why people are angry, because they like, wait a minute. I don't even think people even felt like he shouldn't have gotten any time. We feel like he was railroaded. That's what we feel like. We feel like he didn't get a fair trial. And because we feel like he didn't get a fair trial, I don't want to talk about nobody's son that ain't here, because you railroaded him. You didn't allow him to get a fair trial. And then you're showing up to places talking about their parents didn't say sorry. What do you want from these people?
You know what? I don't know a case ever where we have been wrong. You know what I'm saying? Where we done been wrong, and they say we guilty, we did this, we did that, and they have video footage. Man, that would have been on CNN, ABC, Fox News, BT, Prime, whatever, Tubi. It would have been everywhere, So the fact that they didn't even drop that footage, that told me right there that, man, that this was gonna be be tough on him. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, but I just wanted to come and support your channel. I supported yesterday, so
Quick question,
that's,
for you before you leave.
yeah, that's cool.
So, what do you think about the numerous individuals that have come out? These people don't even know each other. They're all saying the same thing. Why is it that they're saying they saw a clear video, which we ain't dumb. We know now that there is a clear video. They saw a clear video. They are able to make out what happened. They also said when they went and saw the video, whoever set them up to see the video asked them, do you want to see do you want to see it from this point, or do you want to see it from that point? They all say the same thing. They all say he was sitting there. They said, these many boys came from this. They all said the same thing. Like, what's going on? So we know that video was not played in court. And let me just tell you how I feel. I feel like the case should be thrown out. That's what I feel. I feel like the case should be thrown out.
Well, I'm gonna say this here. First off, salute to whoever was in your comments that told y'all I was good people, so they know me over here, but out here. So I'm gonna say this here. It's like we gotta give props to the superintendent of that school, of that district, because it tells me that they wasn't in on the play that was going on, inside of that courtroom and inside of Collin County.
Right.
And you got to think about that. They wanted that footage bad. The police, the judge, everybody wanted that footage, but they said, nope, we own this, we gonna keep it, here. So whatever happens in the future, I think that whoever that superintendent is, whoever controls that school district over there, we need to show them some love, because they could have easily said, you know what? Yeah, he's not one of us. Yeah, I'll make it disappear.
You're absolutely right.
That's how I feel. Right. That's how I feel about that.
That's true. I agree. Because in all honesty, by it being a piece of evidence, I was surprised that people actually saw that. But what they did, I was told, is the school told them, you can make a copy of it, but we will not give you our video
Yeah.
because it's ours. And I was like, wow.
Yes.
And then allow people to see it. So you're correct. And I believe they
Yeah.
did that for a reason. But now, after, well, it took them time, you know, they had to come up and put this stuff together, because now they're saying you people can't see it, but enough people have saw that video that they can come to court and say what they saw.
Enough people have seen that video where they want us outside. I mean, I guess we'll be outside, you know. Like I say, I'm true at heart a Louisiana boy, you know, born and raised. I'm just up here because of, you know, my business and, you know, occupation up here. But yeah, if they want us outside, then I guess we'll be outside, because, you know, it wasn't the fact that the boy was out here doing wrong. And like I said, I got a kid that just graduated this year. And, you know, he'll be attending school and, you know, all that good stuff, playing, you know, ball, whatever the things he loves to do. So when you look at another kid, you know, that's, you know, 17, 18 years old and, you know, honor roll student, never been in trouble, you know, just being a kid, man, that does something to your spirit, boy. Because you look back in time and you look back at your own self as, you know, as a grown man now, and you look back at yourself as a kid and you say, damn, that could have been me. I mean, we have seen, I don't know if everyone knows of the case that happened down there in Louisiana, where the police pulled over, I think his name was Reginald Green, where they hid that tape. You know, that footage for like 2 years. I mean, this was right in the back of, you know what I'm saying, my neck of the woods, you know, where I'm from. So, you know, I mean, yeah, you look at the situation saying, yeah, it could have been me.
Right.
And you look at this kid, man, crying on that. I mean, you seen a little boy. And you know what's crazy? And they do this all the time, though. They gonna make sure if it's degrading us, insulting us, making fun of us, they gonna put it on the news for everybody to see it. Now, you couldn't have no cameras in that courtroom, but y'all made sure that y'all captured Karmelo crying. Y'all made sure y'all captured Karmelo sitting up there shivering and shaking. You know, that's the part that pissed me off.
Right.
Y'all made sure y'all caught that, but you couldn't have no cameras up in there. But like I say, everything happens for a reason, and maybe God, my God that I pray to, because they don't pray to the same God I pray to. So my God probably said, you know, I'm gonna use him as a vessel. I'm gonna use him as, you know, that vessel, so that I can get the message clear and out here and show these young boys that, hey man, there's more to life, and this is how they gonna do you if you ever, you know, get in that situation. So to me, you know, I know a lot of haters watch your channel. Karmelo's a hero to me, because boy, if that was me, and Austin and Hunter would have came up to me,
both of them would be out of here. How about that? They both, everybody gone. Everybody. Okay, listen, he way better than me, because I'm taking them up.
Man, look.
Listen, every one of them. You jump me, everybody going. Everybody. Listen, I'm not saving none of y'all. Listen, he way better than me. Way better than
That's why I said, oh boy, that was lying, somebody didn't know him. Boy, the Lord got me out of this situation, and I seen him, I'd probably be going back. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying?
He low down.
I'd probably going back. But you know, he's one of them kids, mixed kids that think, you know, and I'm pretty sure his mama or daddy sat him down and say, hey, you know, you gotta you know, do what you need to do to make sure, because honestly, if this is flipped soon, they're gonna be doing what Karmelo was doing.
Right.
And that's crying, because they assaulted that boy.
Right. But
they're gonna be doing what he was doing.
I believe, you know, I'm just gonna say it, because when you do dirty stuff against people, it's gonna come back, but it come back worse. Hunter gonna either be in jail or he gonna join his brother, because that's just how life works. You can't do dirty and low down to people, do dirty low down things to people, and you know what you're doing. Y'all lied.
Um,
They said that the father threatened those people. They all changed their stories. That's what everybody
I
is
can
saying.
believe it. I can believe it. And 17, 18 years old, seniors in high school or whatever. On the video, they said they was walking with a purpose, right? They coming in there walking with a purpose. So what I'm thinking is Eddie, probably hit him up, text him, shot some little BS up into the text or whatever. And, they probably was over there doing what they do best, was experimenting, they could have been chiefing or playing with their nose, who knows? They
Right.
came over there on one. They came,
Right.
and listen, I'm gonna tell you like this for y'all in the chat. Man, I went to a school when I was a kid. I went to all black school. We had one white young girl at that school, and I don't say her name, but I remember her name because she stayed around the corner from us. But in those schools like what Austin and Hunter went and Karmelo, them white kids, man, they do. My son go to a damn near all white school. He's the football player. Them
They're
white kids be terrible, man. They got all the drugs, they got all the weapons, they got all the above. And I wouldn't
I know what they do, but
go
they
ahead.
get away with it. They get away with it. So where you
Oh
see
yeah, they let them sit and drink in the parking lot. They let
get away.
the white kids sit and drink in the parking lot at my son's school.
Mm-hmm.
So I can only imagine down there in Texas what these motherfuckers be doing. So that's why I said when they came up that ramp or whatever, to get coming towards Karmelo, man, they were probably already zooted out, wired up or whatever they was on. You know what I'm saying? And went to go do what they had to do. So they say when you pop pills, your blood get thin. They say when you pop pills, you have heart attacks.
And
I'm just saying.
They won't release the autopsy. Why won't they? This story is, this boy could have had a heart attack from getting high, because they said
I wouldn't put it past it.
Why won't they release the autopsy? What is
Because
their?
Keys, I just told you that most of the stuff that's out here now, don't ask me how I know, but most of the stuff that's out here now got that fentanyl in it. And that fentanyl has your blood thin. You know what I'm saying? So whatever little cut he may have had, you know what I'm saying, that can do damage and have you go into cardiac arrest too, because I have seen multiple people and cases up here where I'm at where they was, popping all them Percocets and fentanyl pills and stuff. They were having heart attacks. They were going to cardiac arrest. I think that's how you say it. But yeah, they had a lot of people in them hospitals coming in there for that. So yeah, but I just wanted to come pop my stuff and show you some love. Cause like I said, I tune in to you. So, we good.
Thank you for coming up.
No doubt. Yep. And stay on these suckers next, because that show what they are, lying ass suckers.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry, honkies.
All right.
I'm sorry, honkies. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Later. Yep.
All right. Let me call out some of these super chats. Thank you for the super chat. User JS41X6PC61. Why y'all just won't give yourself a name? You could just make up a name. That is a long name. But thank you so much for the super chat. April H9W, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate it. Somebody said his death, probably his heart. I don't understand why they just won't release the autopsy. I mean, y'all do know you can get an autopsy of somebody that died. So why is it sealed? Like, what are they hiding? We don't know how that damn boy died. What I did hear is that it took them forever to get to the hospital because what they were saying was they thought that the injury was not that bad. So they took hours to get, I shouldn't say hours, but I did hear that they took an awfully long time to get him there. So why did they think it wasn't that bad? I don't understand why his attorney didn't ask for a second autopsy. His attorney needs to be disbarred. He needs to have his bar card took. He need to go to jail too. They need to start putting these folks in jail for this misconduct. Another red flag is that he said he would do anything for his brother Austin because Austin took up for him even when he was wrong. Yes, he did. And you know what? Do you remember that video? I played it a few times where he actually stated that, I don't remember if he said us or him, but he implied that it was them together. And he also implied that he was the one that approached Karmelo. So many stories, like we don't know what happened because they are liars. And that's my entire problem with this case. Like there was no justice. There was no justice. This was a railroad, throw the black boy in jail. We gonna just say he did everything. And I just feel like that's what they did. Hello.
Greetings, Miss Lakeysha. How are you?
I'm good. How's it going?
Well, listen, let me say happy Juneteenth. That's how we doing. How you doing? Listen, let's get into it because I recently saw that you had discovered that that Mr. McCaff was a SO. He was on that list. Is he even supposed to be around children? Because I thought, there's only a certain amount of feet that you could be around a school and things of that nature. So does the law not apply to him?
So here's the deal. They're saying with his case is sealed. When it's sealed, you really can't get the documentation. So you can't get the documentation to see what actually happened because they sealed the case.
Wow. But
why would you seal a case of someone that was convicted of something like that? That needs to be open. People need to know what this guy did, but they sealed it.
Well, the reason why I asked that is because what is the ideology of that? What is the behaviors? Did the children, get some type of experience for that? I mean, a child, where were they? Did it do something to their mental? It's like it's deep.
And see, honestly, I don't know if it was a child involved. So let's be clear. I don't know if it was a child because
I'm speaking of his children and how those charges affected them, know?
Gotcha. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, listen, get into this. They say that it happened when he was married to their mother. I don't know. The whole family is crazy, if you ask me.
Is that why we don't really see the mother and father together in these interviews? Because where was she when he had on that white shirt and he was over at Nancy Grace's, and Nancy was just really, Nancy really showed her true colors when she sat down with her people.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Did you see the change?
That's who she really is.
But listen, someone like her that's worked in the courts, why didn't she bring up autopsy?
Because that's who she really is. Nancy is a racist herself. Like you said, she switches up when it's different people on her show. And here's my deal. I don't really care who people support, but let's just be honest with the facts about this situation. Don't keep saying they got on the stand. Them folks lied. That they lie. All these inconsistent in their stories. And then some people had the nerves to call out this guy that was allegedly Karmelo's friend when he flip-flopped and said he wasn't his friend. And they were like, well, he didn't even want to be his friend. That boy was a liar. He said that he wasn't his friend, and they showed proof that they were in several pictures together. What are we talking about here?
We're talking about the McCaffs always get in their way, hence that you know, his case was sealed, but then it goes even further. So this is a case, it should be labeled like father, like son, on in the court system with the I don't even call them victims, but the suspects that went down on that black boy that was minding his business. It was raining outside. And this is my theme, Miss Lakeysha, when you get a chance. I was going to cover it, but I think that, you know, you have a bigger audience. Go through that school code of conduct handbook. It is available to you. They violated so many rules and regulations. They did not uphold the school's motto.
I have a question.
So,
You say the school, are you talking about Centennial? Is that
Memorial.
Okay. So what school did they go to? Because I'm confused. I heard people say Centennial, Memorial. You said
No,
Memorial.
Karmelo was from Centennial and they were at Memorial.
Okay. It was different schools.
Look at that school handbook. It gives you the rundown on the behaviors when you're on and off events, because that's very important, because those guys, you know, from what I've gathered, they weren't even supposed to be at the track meet.
That's what, listen, but here's the deal. They were not supposed to be there. But as you listen to testimony, and this is where I feel like they lied, they said, oh, they wasn't supposed to be there. But then I reached out to them and I told them to come. I think that that's a lie. I don't think that. So you told them not to come. You stated reasons why they shouldn't come. And then you said, oh, come. What teacher have you ever had that told you you cannot attend this event? But then they said, oh, okay, you can't. That's a lie. I believe that they were not supposed to be there. But after this happened, they were like, okay, we got to change it. They wasn't supposed to be there.
Exactly. And this is another thing. I'm glad you brought up the 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐢𝐻𝐻 case. I feel like, what is it that we can do to challenge the system there, besides like encouraging the people in Texas to get out and start voting and really doing their research and background? Are you going to get into that and teaching people like how to vote, what to look for, how to do research on the candidates?
So I was thinking about that as well, because I feel like with this particular case, because you know, with the Supreme Court, they're saying that there's 3 seats that's going to come up. You know what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to reach out to the lawyer that I had on yesterday and have her talk about it, because I believe, you know, it's the Republican Democrat thing. Those 3 people are going to retire if they can get different candidates in there. And I feel perfectly, I think that he will get an appeal, but I also think people still need to get out and vote. They definitely need to get out and vote. So yes, I am definitely going to be talking about that more so as it relates to Texas, you know, because, you know, everything with this case. So definitely.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, I want to be involved. I know you said that you're going to be hosting some shows on your TikTok. So I'm following you. I did tag you. And anytime that I run your content or play anything, I tag you so people can know who you are. You are the source. And, you know, that just works for great journalism, because we're all covering the case. One last thought. For Juneteenth, what is your message for the people watching?
Oh, my message is this. And I'm going to be honest. We hear this thing about support Black businesses, and I think it go over our head or in one ear and out the other. But that is real. That is really true, because guys, when we use our money in these businesses that don't represent us, we see what happened to me with trying to raise money for one of our own. You see what I'm saying? We must try to support Black businesses. We have to do this, because if we don't, we're giving these folks power, and they absolutely hate us. They do. I mean, I'm not saying everybody, but I won't even say a lot of them, but some of them don't like us, and we're putting wealth in their pockets. So I think we definitely need to make it a thing to support Black businesses. Now, it may not be something that you can do, but at least try. I think now with social media, there's so many businesses out there that advertise on social media. We got to support our own. And that's it. And that's all we got to.
Okay, and then I'll piggyback on that. Let's also give our Black businesses a second chance to kind of get it right. We give other people times to get it right, and it's just a simple conversation where you could just pull the owner to the side. Don't pull out your phone trying to get a social media moment. Just because it's your people, don't go in there looking for a discount. I want you to go in there and shop like you shop at every other brand out here that don't give a F about you or situation with the DEI, and we're still protesting Target. Thank you for having me, Miss Lakeysha. You have a wonderful day on purpose, and thank you for what you're doing out here in the community.
Okay, thank you for coming.
All right, bye-bye.
I want to address a comment. It went really fast, but before I do, thank you, 𝐟𝐸𝐾, for the $10 super chat. I want to address this comment. We all voting to put people in their system. We got to come up with our own. Them people, not for us. Neither side. We have to disconnect from evil. So does this mean that you're not voting? What does this mean? The system that we have now is we vote, and everybody that we vote for, I mean, there are candidates that look like us. So if you don't vote, then you can't complain. So when you say we got to come up with a system of our own, vote and then work on that. Because at this point, this is the democracy that we have. So I don't know what that means. Does that mean that you don't vote? One thing I did with each and every one of my children, I think you can register to vote at 17 and a half. Everybody went through that process, okay? Teach your children to vote. Teach them how important it is. Take them to vote. They don't understand. Do you know you can go to the website? And actually, I started doing this for myself. You can print off the ballot, mark it up, and take it with you. So this is what I did the last time. So take your children to vote. Ask your children, your friend is such and such, are they registered? That is how we have to do it. We can't be like, oh, they ain't for us. We need to build our own. I get what you're saying, but at the end of the day, we need to vote. We need to vote. That's how we got this idiot in the White House. How you think he got there? I appreciate it. I have seen several YouTubers cover this case, but you are by far the absolute most dedicated. I appreciate it. And I believe partially it's because my connection comes from my sons, okay? Like I have Black sons. And again, when I look at Karmelo and, him having a, good GPA, not messing with anybody. I don't know if I shared this with you guys, but at once upon a time, my kids, when they were in school, they attended a primarily white school. And I know what my oldest son, he did tell me once he got a little bit older that he hated that school. I noticed with my daughter, well, after we moved here and she went to a different school, first of all, she's extremely smart, but there would be always little issues with these little white girls doing little stupid stuff, or you know how girls are. And for some reason, the white ass principal would always go after my daughter. And I had to check him so many times, but I knew that it wasn't her because she don't really get into it with people. But if you start it, she gonna finish it now. So, and then don't put your hands on her. This what, I was saying about this case. Don't put your hands on nobody. So you put your hands on her, she gonna whoop your ears. So she had done whooped somebody up in the school because they had put their hands on her. So I had to let the principal know, you can't put your hands on nobody. And then when you get your ass whooped, now you mad because you got whooped. Keep your hands off of folks. So I was glad when we moved here because I said, we definitely ain't doing all the white folks. Put her in a school where it's very even, we got Black teachers, we got the Black principal, it was a Black superintendent. She didn't have no problems. She didn't have any problems. Graduated with honors from high school. I'm sorry, not from high school, but she had a nice GPA, graduated from college with honors. We have to put our children in not in those environments. That's not a good environment for us, for our children. We think for some reason it is because we want other things, but we don't think about the treatment of our children. Those people don't bond with our children the way people that look like them do. So that's something, you know, that you should remember. I saw that John Roach Jr. is on the child. I heard that. Girl, Dr. Candace Matthews, honey, she done exposed it all. She done exposed it all. Same thing happened with my daughter. I just don't understand the envy. Yeah, listen, I got my daughter out of there. For one, I have 2 sons and a daughter. My daughter is the most independent child I have. She needs help with nothing, okay? And when I try to help her, she be like, leave me alone, okay? So she is the model. Like, she don't get it, you know, she don't have no problem. So ain't nobody finna be messing with her. So when I went up to that school, I'm like, listen here, white man. I told him, I said, are you a racist? Please, I'm not finna think you a racist and don't tell you. I told him plenty times. You back again, 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿? 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿, another $20, $30 you have donated to the channel. I appreciate it. Free our brother now. That's what I'm talking about. Listen, when Karmelo get free, listen, I'm going to have me a drink, and I don't even drink because this is real personal to me. This is personal to me. I don't know what that means. Thank you for the $19.99. Nasana. What the hotel? I don't know what that means. We need to start protecting our village with ancestral energy. Stop trusting black robes with white justice. Listen, I don't. I really don't. I get you. You are absolutely correct. I'm telling you, I'm with you. I'm with you. Yes, homeschool. They test higher than public and private school students. The only thing I don't like about the homeschool aspect, you have to keep them in different things because you want them to be able to communicate with other students. So I didn't do any homeschool. So no, I didn't do that. But I feel like, you know, you can just put them in a better environment. Like, obviously there's not going to be a perfect environment, but put them somewhere where it's not them and 3 other people that's black. No, don't put your kids there. I remember even at my daughter's school, listen, I don't have a problem telling people that I think they're racist. I don't care how you feel. I don't care what you think. If I think you're a racist, I'm going to say it. My daughter had a counselor, and I would like keep in mind, like, I'm sorry, not a counselor, like a guidance counselor. Yeah, the guidance counselor. And I just felt like my daughter wasn't getting the information that I felt she should have. And I called up to the school and I said, I need y'all to switch her counselor to the black man. I didn't give a damn what they said or what they thought, but I bet you they switched her counselor to the black man. When she switched to him, she was getting all sorts of, you know, different information. I don't also think that all the time that is racism. I also think that we identify with people that look like us. And because we do, sometimes you got white folks identify with white people. And that's how it is. And I realized that when my daughter wasn't getting, I felt like she wasn't getting information that I felt like she should have needed from her guidance counselor. So I said, listen, that black man that y'all got back there, I can't remember his name. I want him because my son had him. So I was like, yeah, we want him. But yeah, we got to speak up for our kids. I'm speaking up. And that's on that. But yeah, I get it with the homeschool. I just feel like with homeschool, you got to have your kids in some kind of activities because they're not going to be able to have the communication because they're going to be taken out of the school environment. But yeah, that works for a lot of people. I just wouldn't be able to do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. See, I used to be I don't know if I told you, I used to be a principal. I used to be a teacher. I'm not going to be able to do that. But a lot of people do it. A lot of people homeschool their kids. If you have been convicted, you are not to have contact with any children, let alone giving a barbecue. Yeah, that part. Nasty, man. I'm celebrating today. Victory is already done. Listen, Carmelo Anthony is coming home, y'all. I don't know why he had to go through this, but I believe we all learned something from this. Yeah, you're having a whole barbecue. Listen, somebody said, I hope Melo parents stopped him from talking to Eddie cousin, so-called girlfriend. I'm gonna be honest. Stop talking to the girlfriend too. Like at this point, let all of them gotta go. All of them gotta go. The girlfriend, I mean, he don't gotta be mean or anything, but she can go too. I didn't see her in court, but then again, somebody said that there were people that were supposed to testify for Karmelo, but they just were never called. But yeah, all of that, all of them folks, they from his past. Them folks gotta go. The fake cousin, whoever, all of them, the girlfriend, everybody got to go. Everybody. Because I'm sorry, you should have been outside, standing outside to get up in here. Listen, I got to testify something. Karmelo had to go through it for us all to see how corrupt the judicial system is. Listen, because what they tell you, get good grades, don't get in trouble, get you a job, stay busy, get in sports. They don't tell you what happens when you do all those things and then they lock you up. What do you tell your children? What do they tell Karmelo? Like, what is that conversation like? The father said, we did like everything that we were supposed to do. I don't know what that conversation is like. I don't know. I could just imagine to have put in all the work to have a good kid and have a bunch of racists to lie on. And have a bunch of racists to lie on. That is why HBCUs are good for our young people. They understand and bond. Yes, my daughter spent a year at I can never remember that school, but she went for a year. She experienced it and was like, okay, I'm good. Yeah, that's why a lot of people do go to the HBCU so they don't have to deal with all the racism. I mean, at some point you get tired of that. I remember when I was telling my daughter this when she had went to her when she went to Clark. She went to Clark. So she went to Clark for a year. But I had told her, I said, I want you to experience that. I said, because I remember when I went to college, now I can think back and look at it. All the white people in my, I shouldn't say all the white people, but some of the people in my program, they actually got jobs at the university that we were in school at. And when I was, back then I'm young, I never even looked at it as they were getting opportunities that I didn't get simply because I don't think I was looking for a job, but now that I look back at it, it was an opportunity. It was an opportunity that they were afforded that somehow everybody didn't get that opportunity. And when I say everybody didn't get that opportunity, it wasn't like they were like, oh, well, we're looking for this person. If you guys are interested, you can all apply. No, it was just certain people in the class that got jobs at that university. And again, I didn't look at it like that, but I told my daughter, I said, listen, when you go to school, you're going to make connections, lifelong connections. And I said, I feel like, when I went to college, I went to a school where hell, it was Black people, but not that many. So I said, I feel like the connections that I made, I did make connections in college, but some of those were people that I had already knew. So I don't feel like that I met somebody in college that we became friends, because it's just like, I mean, I didn't see anybody that I really wanted to connect with like that. Thank you for the membership, Darnell Henderson. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody. Nope, I think I got them all. Yep, I think I got them all. I didn't miss anybody, did I? No, I got them all. All right, just making sure. I think she knows the crap is about to hit the fan concerning the Karmelo case. When you say, I think she, who are you referring to? Lakeysha, do you know that the judge is running for office? I didn't look. Running for what office? He better take his whole ass home. I don't live in Texas, so I don't know. Can you tell me more? Miss Lady T, you said the judge is running for office. So I'm not in Texas, but please let me know what you're talking about. Again, okay. Okay. Nasana, I don't know if I'm saying your name right. Nasaya, Nissassa. Thank you for another super chat. You done gave, let's see here. All right, let me just check something. Just give me a second. You up? You done gave, is it 20? You done gave about 40, close to 40. Okay, the educational system monitors brilliant melanated beings. If they dim, then not control them, they destroy them. Let me reread this. The educational system monitors brilliant melanated beings. If they deem them, not control them, they destroy them. All right. So are you for education? Because when you say they, oh, okay, I got you. Appreciate it. So you guys are saying that the judge is running for office. They are so corrupt. Just a corrupt bunch of monkeys. Like, you go from one corrupt position to another. Yeah, I figured that. It was Dean. Y'all know I wear glasses and some of that stuff I can't see. They go from one corrupt position to another. But listen, I didn't know that the judge was running for office. Which office is he running for? Somebody please tell me. He need not to run for shit. Just corruption all over again. Everyone has a right to have a bond. That same reason they were upset with the judge. I don't think everybody should have a bond because, in this situation with this guy, he was told. So before 𝐸𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞 got arrested, he was already told not to come back over there. So I don't know about him having a bond. He doesn't listen. So I disagree. Lock it up. Toby Shook let two. What do YT mean? Because I keep seeing people put in the chat. What does YT mean? Look it up. Toby Shook let two YT men off for hit and run. For hit and run a black guy. What? You said Toby Shook let two YT men off for hit and running a black guy? So they unalived the guy and they dismissed the charges? No. Are you serious? Okay, somebody said they sent me something in the DMs. Let's see. Did you you say you DM me, or I'm just gonna look on my computer. Let me see. YT means white men. Okay. I thought that, but I was like, YT. Why say YT? Why don't say WT? Why do YT mean white men? Shouldn't it be WT though? Because that was throwing me off. They say YT for white people on TikTok. Why? Because I be seeing that and I'm like, why do it say YT though? It should be WT. Oh, they call him YT. Toby Shook is a prosecutor. Why do they say YT? Can somebody kind of explain that? Because they don't go together. Shouldn't it be WT? Because I was thinking white men, but I was like, why say WT? All right, let me check my DM. Somebody said they sent me something. Let me check it while I'm on here. Oh, and thank y'all so much because you all been sending me stuff about the different banks and stuff, because I did say, you know, if y'all know of any Black banks or any organizations that I can use to do a fundraiser, let me know. And y'all been letting me know. So I do see that. I really, really appreciate it. YT also means YouTube. Exactly. That's why I was confused. See, she get it. Because I was like, look it up. Toby Shook led to YT. So I'm thinking YouTube. But then I'm thinking, do she mean white men? So thank you, because I was really confused. I was thinking YouTube. And then I'm like, well, I thought they said white men. So I'm glad she figured that out, because I was like, yeah, this ain't adding up. Unreal. It's TikTok code for white because they, oh, girl, get out of here. Yeah, that, so let me just tell y'all my little story about TikTok. That's why I have really stopped going on TikTok, because they will flag your video for anything. But I've gotten a little better with it. So now when I cuss, I just will mouth my words or say it really low. Yes, they do that on TikTok. So they say YT. Because if you, isn't that crazy? If you say white men, they'll flag your video. Y'all see this racist society that we live in, but if you say YT, you got to throw code. Really? Tuh. Yeah, that was one of the reasons why I stopped messing with TikTok. Someone is definitely funding that guy. Somebody said Lakeysha needs rest. I don't, you know, I haven't been sleeping that well. It's like I'll lay down and I'll get right back up. So, but actually I feel okay right now. So it's Friday. So I'm just happy about Friday. YT is exactly how it sounds. Oh, YT. Oh, I got it. Okay. YT. YT. Okay, thank you. Now I can remember it. YT. Okay. Thank you so much. Because I'm like, YT. Okay, but now you put it that way, whitey. Okay, thank you. I get it. I get it now. Thank you for clarification, because I was like, YT. Whitey. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know what that means. Okay, I get it. YC. Okay, I get it. Thank you for breaking that down, because I was like, YT, but yeah, YT. YT. Got it. That makes a lot of sense. Thank y'all for breaking it down. If anybody want to come up, I'm gonna, oh, wait a minute, not that. I'm gonna drop the link. Why does that keep coming? That's not right. Okay, I'm trying to put this link here. Anybody want to come up? You certainly can if you want to come up and say something. Are we allowed to use pink skin when referring to them? What? Yeah, we got cold on this channel. Oh, that's funny. Whitey. Y'all funny. I didn't know. I was like wondering why I was seeing that. Karmelo, Sincere Anthony Wallace, Pack One. Okay, so she's giving the address. People was literally emailing me, asking me what's the address. I have said this over and over again. I do not know this family. I have never met this family. Anything that I find, be online. So Karmelo's address is on the screen, guys. You can send him letters. Now, somebody had said that you can like send them stuff like you. I don't believe that's necessarily true, because you have to be on like the visitor list. Somebody literally sent me a message and was like, they're trying to send him something, and he need to put them on his visiting list. Why in the hell would he put a stranger on his visiting list? You're only allowed so many people on your visiting list, but you can write letters. You can send them a letter. You definitely can do that. Pink skin, that's what they claim them in the Fire and Ash Avatar movie. Somebody said, I want to send money for the attorney. I want to send money for the attorney. Hello. Okay, I'm about to screenshot this. Somebody said Liberty Bank and Trust. I'm about to screenshot it. Liberty Bank and Trust is the largest African American bank in the world. I didn't know that. Let's actually let me put it back over here. I don't know, but I'm about to get my little resources together. Liberty Bank and Trust. Do they have one in Atlanta? Do you know? Liberty Bank and Trust. Let me try that. Liberty Bank and Trust. Girl, they got one in Atlanta. I don't look. Thank you so much. Yes, they do. Thank y'all. I love it because I don't know. Yes, thank you. Liberty Bank and Trust. Somebody had put in the chat. So like I said, I don't know exactly how we're going to do it. Like I said, I'm going to meet with a bank and I'm going to let them know what's going on. And I'm going to see what they recommend. The reason why I'm going to meet with the bank, because I know these hoes will try it again. So I'm going to make sure they know so it won't go through. Okay. So that is why I'm going to do what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and meet with a banker and let them know what these honkies is trying to do. And we're going to go from there because we don't stop. We just get better. You don't stop me. You can never scare me. Like, this shit is funny to me, for real. All this has made me do is to really be, careful with when I'm selecting to do business with people. And that's just that. That's all. You ain't finna get my few dollars. I'm not finna recommend you when you out here not allowing me to spend my money to help somebody that I feel is wrongly convicted. Ho, you don't get to tell me what to do. I do what I want to do. Just like you support a bully that got suspended for school, a thug, just like you supported them, I support who I want to support. And don't let nobody tell you that you support Karmelo because he Black. Because facts, true. And what is your problem? Just like you're supporting that white trash. Okay, so don't let people tell you, oh, you're just supporting him because he's Black. I mean, he's Black. Yeah, that is a good reason why I'm supporting him, but he is a good person. His family, they're good people. You can tell that his family, they're just not acclimated with things as it relates to jails and stuff. They don't know anything about this. Unfortunately, they didn't really know anything about this. Yeah, I support him just like you support a pedo. You probably voted for Trump too. A 36, is it 36 or 34 felon? Yes, I do. And why don't you go find a channel that you're supposed to be at? Like, why are you here? You don't have any friends? Blocked. Now go create another account. Right. Yeah, he didn't receive a fair trial. And they know he didn't receive a fair trial. I don't even explain myself to them. They can say whatever they want. I wouldn't give a damn what he did. I don't have to tell you why I'm supporting him. Whatever you think is why I'm supporting him. You don't even matter. So whatever. You can say whatever. It don't matter. I just block you. Get on up out of here. Go create another account because you're miserable and I'll just block you again. I'm deep in this case because I was 14. I had a white bully. One day he called me out. We had a fight. Then he called the police on me because he lost. I went to jail for 18 months. Are you serious? Listen, that's generally the way that it works is the people that start shit always lose. Always. Yeah, I believe you. I definitely believe you. Thank you for the gifted membership. Peace, love, 4090. All right. We got Bro Man.
Hello, thank you. Happy Juneteenth.
Same to you.
Hey, I would like to know, where were the adults at? Where was the staff at? Where was the security at? You know, it's kind of funny that this is almost like a perfect setup. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody there to be able to monitor it, to have a firsthand eyewitness account, you know, from a documentation standpoint. And, you know, like if the twins weren't there the previous time and they didn't have no problems, you know, it's almost like they went out of their way to set it up for there to be a problem. And like the guy that's running for Senate down there, Republican Paxton, right? They say that he's the one that like kind of had the final say as far as blocking the videotape. So I think that if we can, you know, not let him be a senator and vote for whatever job he has now. I believe it's like attorney general or something like that. Secretary, you know, some y'all probably know better than me, but you know, whoever, I think we just have to have somebody in those positions that can hold Collin County accountable.
Right. Yeah, they definitely got to get out and vote. Like, you got to get rid of those people. Like, seriously, it voting, I get what people say. It just seems like no matter who we vote for, but at the end of the day, we have to understand we still live in a racist society. We got to still get out and vote because think about who we got now. This idiot Trump who just trying to take away stuff that you didn't think could be taken away. So definitely got to get out and vote.
And that's why I'm up here, because you're doing such a great job. You know, I just wanted to support you, and you know, but I really wanted to know, like, where were the adults? You know, like if they don't have no perfect recording of this, you know, I think that it's irresponsible of us to not find out what kind of plan did they have as far as monitoring this event for that day, the security layout, and where was they laxing at. But I thank you very much for allowing me to come up on the panel. I appreciate it so much. Great content. Everybody subscribe, like, and share. I guess we can say even on TikTok. Just don't say some of them words. But you know what I thought was so funny real quick is when you was like, YT, YouTube. I'm like, no, just say it fast 3 times. YT, YT, YT. And I'm like, maybe. Like, no, but I'm just playing. Have a great day, though.
All right, you too. Bye. Hey, Sharonda. Did I say your name right? Sharonda?
Yeah, that's it. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I got 2 things. First of all, this is just word of mouth. I got this from someone else's post, but it reads, my big cousin said Karmelo Anthony is in the same unit as him. He's down the hall in PAC unit. Ain't nobody effing with him. Little bro is good, said the black people sticking together. And he came out his room today and he had 4 lawyers visit him in 1 week.
Good.
And that I got off of Introvert Rockstar off of his post. And the person by the name of D put that out there. Also, you can refer the people.
This is what I want to say quickly, just because you were touching on. I felt in my spirit, but there wasn't nobody messing with him. Because let me just tell you why nobody was messing with him. All of us that kind of like are on this here internet, we don't even know each other. So you got to realize that the free people is the folks in jail. It's just a representative of the folks that's free. They just in jail. So if we feel like this on the outside, they standing on business on the inside.
You're right.
Ain't no messing with him. So when they were trying to
You're
put
right.
those narratives out, it kind of got on my nerves. And that's why I said, I'm going to go over here on TikTok, because some of these folks on TikTok is spreading lies. And I didn't like it because they were trying to insinuate that, you know, things were happening to Karmelo. And I was like, I'm just leaving here. Like, I don't even want to be a part of y'all panel. Y'all lying.
It
Right.
absolutely. And I had one other thing. We have to start rewriting Black history. And me, I have 2 successful grown adults and I have grandkids. So me rewriting history, because I don't recognize and can't calculate 400 years back. But what I am doing is with a watermelon, I'm letting them know Karmelo Anthony's trial date. This is where the time starts as far as Black history with the new younger kids. And in a few years, I believe we are going to see another Anthony child, which may be his younger brother, that is going to surpass everything that the Metcalfs have done. But this time around, the same DNA with his mother and his father, the same teachings, and perhaps the coaching by the big brother Karmelo. And I think he is going to surpass the Metcalfs, or however you want to do it. And to me, this is symbolic of you had time. 400 years, I can't calculate that, but from the time this Karmelo Anthony case has started, the time starts now. So either in a few years, we need to hear some good things about Hunter, or maybe he's going to dwindle in the wind. But when this next Anthony child comes up, similar to the Dion boys, when the next child comes up and that greatness is there and you cannot deny it, what is your excuse going to be then? That's it. That's all on my behalf. But you're doing an excellent job. And I may not have put that the way it was supposed to be put, but when I finally break it down to my grandkids, they're going to know that, okay, we're not 400 years behind slavery. And yes, they've had a head start. But what this means is the Metcalfs, the judges, the system, and the corruption, here's history repeating itself. You got a head start again. But I got a feeling, whatever that other child's name is, the Anthony, we're going to hear greatness on his name and on his behalf. And that's all.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sharonda. Thanks for coming up.
You're welcome. Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me acknowledge some of the super chats. I don't know if I acknowledged it, so I'm just going to acknowledge it again if I did already. Peace, Love 4090, thank you for the $2 super chat. K File 3656, thank you for the $5 super chat. Actually, K File 3655, thank you for a total of, is it $7, I believe. Let me kind of quick scroll. I think it is, yeah. Yep, so thank you for the super chat. Okay. All right, what y'all saying in the chat? All I know is you reap what you sow. When you do dirty stuff, you think you getting away, but it comes back. So I think, Hunter is going to have some problems. Yes, and they're going to do something that will hurt their own people. And we will all see it. Exactly. Unity is a Black-owned bank. Right. Absolutely. I'm going to send you an email with his mugshot. Who mugshot picture? Who mugshot? Who mugshot are you sending me? Please don't send me that Karmelo book. I don't want to see that. It's all over the internet. If that's what you're sending me, don't send it to me. Please, I don't want to see that. It's everywhere. In jail, they used to doctor. Yeah, let's talk about that. This is how y'all know. I don't care what they say when they say it ain't about race. Who have you known that has ever went to jail right after they were sentenced? The same day. Well, I'm sorry, not the same day, but who do you know that was convicted and they sentenced the same day? Not only was he sentenced the same day, he was gone off to prison within the next few days. Y'all know that for you to get to jail to prison, sometimes it takes weeks, sometimes even months. Then they try to send them to a prison that their brother was at. These folks gonna crack hell wide open. They're gonna bust hell wide open. And that's just that. They're evil, they're dirty, and they're low down. They don't like it's too much hate. I understand though why Hunter and Austin is like that. When you look at his father, if you look at the mama, I don't even think she like him. I don't think she like that man. She don't like Jeff. She don't like him. You said they did not get beat up. I don't know what you mean. We say they did not get beat up. I don't know who you mean. Somebody said within 48 hours he was gone. I mean, I knew it was fast, but I just was like, why was it gone? So, he was gone. That's how you know that was corruption. That was straight up corruption. When have you ever heard the judge say, yeah, we're going to sentence. We're moving right to sentencing. That's usually not how it happens. Like, you haven't given him the opportunity to call people that may want to come in and talk on his behalf. It was all messed up. All messed up. Somebody says she can't stand him. She hate that man. You can tell that she don't like him. You can tell that the mother don't like him. And that says a lot about his character. Now, they did say he was whooping on her. I don't know, but, maybe because she sure don't like his ass. Yeah, he's definitely an idiot. One thing we learned about this case is once the case was over, we got to see who this man really was. And who he is exactly who his sons are. Wait a minute, y'all. I got to shut my door because I can hear my dog trying to. Let me shut. Oh, actually, I do got my door closed. Actually, my door is closed. She at my door making sounds. Girl, you better stay out, stay out. The ex doesn't like him and can't stand to see him coming. You can tell she don't like him. You can tell. He is Satan's son, inside and out. That man is full of evil. They said in court, he was telling Karmelo, you don't deserve what you have. Who says that? Like, why are you concentrating on what somebody have? Then they were spreading lies about the family, saying they used the money to buy a car and a house. First of all, they didn't even own the house. And then for the next part, they were lying, saying they had bought a car. If you go look at their social media, that car was bought in 2023. This case happened in 2024 or something like that. So they were just lying on him, which shows you that he was jealous the whole time. Like, you were jealous, because I believe he didn't like the fact that they were Black people and they seemed to have more money than him. That really was the problem. And then they were from a household of a mother and a father. And you can just tell the father loves and appreciates his wife. That man was mad, jealous. You ain't got nobody. Your baby mama don't even like you. Your kids don't like you. Just bitter and angry. This man got on somebody, I don't remember if it was a podcast or something, and called the mother, Kayla, Karmelo's mother, a bitch. Who does that? Like, who does that? Somebody had put in the chat that Judge Roach was running for office. I would like if you can tell me what office he's running for, if you can. Because like I said, I'm not in Texas, so I don't really keep up with what, like what's going on in Texas as it relates to, different offices and stuff like that. So I don't know. So I'm sure he's, running to be more, a part of the corruption, because that's exactly who he is. That's exactly who he is. Now, if you guys just joined the live, please make sure you are hitting the thumbs up. The reason why it is important to hit the thumbs up, because the more times you thumbs up the video, that helps it to get in the algorithm. And simply because we want to keep this, Karmelo's name in the algorithm, the more you guys like the video, that makes it more shareable on YouTube, and YouTube will recommend it more if you guys actually just hit the thumbs up. You just gotta hit the thumbs up. I'm amazed they have changed Melo's skin tone in jail pics. Girl, they done met. And then what about the outfit that they put on? People that had been to that jail said they don't even wear that. So it's like they mess with the picture altogether. That's why as soon as he off, I'm going to be on this here internet laughing, acting stupid, okay? Get back, okay? Just like, do y'all remember how when George Floyd died, how everybody, I won't say everybody, but how these white folks was on here laughing, making jokes about George Floyd? Do y'all remember that? Just talking about a man that we watched the video where George Floyd lost his life. He was literally saying, "I can't breathe." And they made jokes about it. They don't like us. Let's just call it what it is. And like you said, April, they hate our Black excellence. They can't stand when we got sense now. They really can't stand that. Somebody says, I want to read. Okay, let me see. Somebody said he's running for the House or Senate, I think. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And y'all see how this corruption works? This is why it's so important to vote. When I went and looked at the 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐷𝐿 case, that was the lady, for those of you who may not know, that was the lady that sued Collin County for, basically they put charges on her, okay? She ended up getting the charges overturned. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐷𝐿's case, it's the same people. Keep in mind, we got Judge ROACH now, who is a judge. His father was involved in her case. The governor, well, back then he was the Attorney General, Abbott. Y'all get it? He was the Attorney General. He left from being the Attorney General, and now he is the governor. Do y'all see how these corrupt people stay in position? This is why it's important to vote. You not only do you have to vote, it's really not a lot that you have to do in terms of getting. If you don't know who these people are, just go to Google and just find some stuff and make a determination on who you're going to vote for. Because when we don't vote, that is how they're allowed to stay in the system and be corrupt. Abbott was already sued before, but I believe because they had established that we were working in the capacity of our jobs, they didn't get sued. But at the end of the day, the judge said that they railroaded her too. These are the same people. Hey, get Dr. Candace Matthews on your show. You know what? That would be a good idea. That would be a good idea. I didn't think about it. You know why? Because, when I see her, she be on the move. But thank you. I didn't think about that. I'm telling y'all, that's why it was sealed, because it involved minors, his own kids. That's why I think he got arrested for. No wonder Proud Boys and Fox News are helping Mr. Metcalf. He's one of them. Because it involved minors. Well, I really believe that Fox News is definitely on the side of Metcalf just because of their coverage. I feel like when you're covering these topics, there's a way to cover them. But you were in trial and you felt like them kids was telling the truth. Come on now. They're not minor no more. I don't like that people keep saying that. Well, here's the deal. We have saw, like, I've watched court TV. Generally, they will tape, but then they will say, don't tape their faces. So they could have still taped it. He didn't tape the trial because of the corruptness that they wanted to have. So let's just say he said, okay, I don't want to tape it. You still could have taped it and not showed the minors' faces. He could have taped it and not showed anybody's faces, and we would have just heard their voices. He did none of that. Another thing he could have done, where we kind of see this in other courts, is where, they'll say we're not taping it, but what they'll do is have a live feed where you can watch it in another room. They didn't do any of that. And y'all know what else I've been told? That there is no recording. So in court, they generally record everything. I hope this is wrong, that this information that I've heard from several people, but people are saying that the cameras were off. I don't know how true it is, because how is the judge getting the cameras turned off? Isn't that grounds for, you doing something? Because why are you turning the cameras off? But I don't know. People are saying that those cameras were not on, which is a problem. But now that I'm looking and thinking about what some of the people said in terms of witnesses going to the back, I'm like, listen, I know they didn't do all of that on the camera, but the people like, nope, the camera wasn't on. So I don't know, y'all. It's a lot. It's a lot. Oh, you said ask Candace how she got hooked up with Charleston Whitey. I don't know if she wants to speak on that, because I know I follow her. I haven't heard her say anything about it. Sometimes people feel like they just don't want to speak on certain things. And that's why I said, listen, I'm going to address the Charleston White thing, and I'm not going to address it again. As I told y'all, I feel like Charleston did that for clout. He had no intention to get those people anything. Like I said, I had talked to him earlier in the day. He had already been talking about them. I was secondhand embarrassed, because I'm like, well, wait a minute. I thought, like, I'm just like holding the phone, really not saying anything, because I'm just like what is going on here? I feel like Charleston White did that for clout. If y'all recall, I did a video of him calling into Anton Daniels' show. And then I was like, why did he call Anton Daniels? Like, he knows that Anton Daniels done already dragged them folks 11,000 times. Why would he call him and pretty much tell him he want them to be on his show? I think it was all for clout. I think even when he called and Anton answered, I think that was just for clout and content. So I don't take Charleston Whitehead serious. It was an old goofy dude over there on TikTok basically saying, oh, Charleston, yeah, it was a joke. He wasn't serious. He's doing that so people can buy the t-shirts. I said, so you meaning to tell me that he was willing to insult somebody so that people will buy t-shirts? I said, that boy is a joke. Like, come on now. Then I saw a video, which I didn't watch it. You know how you scrolling and stuff comes up. And I just didn't even watch it. He was saying, oh, well, I said that because I got followers that support the Metcalfs. I got followers that support the Anthonys. That don't matter who your followers support. You just need to be who you are. People can support who they want. So because your followers, which you will have followers that may support this person or they support that person. So you got to call them a watermelon felon so that you can appease your followers. Boy, bye. I can't take Charleston White serious. Right. It's no laughing matter. Charleston White is horribly wrong, because this is no laughing matter. Right. It's not, there's nothing funny about this. Nothing at all funny. And the fact that you had a situation with the father, what does that have to do with his son? Like, feel however you want to feel about the father. But bringing the son into it is crazy. It's crazy. So yeah, that was a low life. He failed to realize that he got a son himself. I be like, people just be saying and doing anything. Sir, you have a son. It isn't any cover up. Get it through your Let me get this hoe out of here. You the only stupid hoe. That's why you over here with people that don't even like you. Go find your real daddy and stop calling your uncle your daddy. Out of here. These hoes be so dumb. You idiot. Oh, somebody said I sent you roach picture. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm like, please don't send me that. Okay, you sent me roach picture. Okay, let me go check. Oh, you sent it on. Okay, I think I just got it. Yeah, somebody sent me a video. I'm not reading that video. You know what? Another thing that's irritating to me, why are people analyze his parents? Like somebody sent me a video saying, oh, his parents wasn't always in a courtroom. I mean, if you had to walk out and go get some water or take a break, why is that so bad? Like, you go through it with your child and see how good you are. Leave those people alone. Like, I'm just so sick of these folks with a narrative talking about somebody parents and like it's exhausting. It's very exhausting. Okay, somebody said they sent me something. Oh, here it goes right here. Oh, okay. Somebody just sent me a bunch of stuff. Oh, yeah, you did send a lot of stuff. She's a dangerous person and she claims to have a close relationship with you and your family if you do not have a close relationship with her. So I don't know what you guys have heard about this lady, Tiffany Billions. I mean, I've heard stuff about her. I don't know these folks. So I don't know. I don't know, but I have heard some stories about Tiffany Billions. I'm just reading what somebody sent me. Oh, look at this stuff. All right, y'all. Give me I gotta do something. Just give me a second. All right, y'all. I'm back. What y'all saying in the chat? Did y'all wait a minute? Did I forget to read this? If they do not set him free, then we should 𝐬𝐮𝐻𝐫𝐸 him. I don't even know what that is. Nasai, why you just don't have like regular names? Y'all just be making these names up. I don't know what this shit mean. Nasaya, thanks for the super chat. I don't know if I had read that one already. But what does that mean? Then we should 𝐬𝐮𝐻𝐫𝐸 him. I don't even know what that means. But I do believe he's going to be set free. I really believe that he's going to be set free. Not even because I want him to be set free. I mean, listen, I believe that the Supreme Court is going to understand the public wanting to, because I believe the majority of people are not saying, oh, you know, he need to get off free. No, we're saying that he didn't get a fair trial. I believe that is what everybody is saying. Everybody is saying that they covered up evidence. Everybody is pretty much saying the same thing. So I believe that he's going to get a new trial, but I also believe that they may just drop this case because I don't believe that they have sufficient evidence. I believe that the stories have changed. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do. I understand it's a serious case because somebody is obviously not here, but making him out to be some crazy murderer is just not who he is. Like this kid doesn't have a record from Timbuktu. Like he wasn't expelled from school. He doesn't have a record of bringing, you know, weapons to school, hurting people. Like that's not this case. So I feel like, you know, I because somebody has passed away, it may be a situation where they may not drop it, but I do believe it needs to leave Collin County, not Collin County. I don't believe that it needs to be in Collin County. Yeah, let them white folks have Collin County. Somebody say dead doesn't mean you were innocent. No, it doesn't. But the reason why I said that is because I mean, in all honesty, what you said is correct. Because if y'all remember, what's his name? Kendrick, what is that guy's name? There was a black guy that died in Valdosta, Georgia. Nobody was ever charged. And he was, you know, found, you know, dead, unalived at school. But I believe in this particular case, well, we don't know what the witnesses are going to say. So it could be a situation where they just let it go. Yeah, Kendrick Johnson. It could be a situation where, because honestly, I don't believe that they have good witnesses for this charge of the murder. But I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I just don't feel like he got a fair trial. I just don't. And I don't feel like he will get a fair trial in Collin County. I just don't. He's not going to get a fair trial there. So they definitely need to change their venue to Dallas because as we learned with the lawyer that I had on yesterday, I believe, I can't even remember. She said that they would have to make that argument. And I do believe based on everything that has happened, that Collin County is just not going to that's not going to work. It should have never, it should have been it shouldn't, I think you're saying it shouldn't have been in Collin County. It could have legitimately been in Denton County. Right. Yeah, that I heard the same thing. Yeah, the only reason why, you know, Mello obviously is in jail because, you know, they convicted him of, you know, what they convicted him of. So again, I believe he has a really good chance. I mean, I think he has a really good chance. Even if you look at, I don't believe that his case aligns with a previous case where there was a student who, you know, unalived somebody in the bathroom. I think that's really different because they said that kid maliciously went after that child. I think his case is really different. But even if you look at that case, they say that boy was only given 10 years. So he was given 3 times as much. So it's not fair. It's not. It wasn't fair. They destroyed the video and eventually tore down the school. Father of the perpetrators was a U.S. Marshal of something. What are you referring to when you say they destroyed the video and eventually tore down the school? Love and Happiness 8178. I'm just trying to get a good idea what you're referring to. Oh, you said they tore down the school. I didn't know that. Girl, get out of here. You said they destroyed the video and eventually tore the school down. You see what they do to cover up white tea crimes? See, y'all, I'm saying it now. White tea. I did not know that. She said they destroyed the video and eventually tore down the school. Father of the perpetrators was a U.S. Marshal or something. I didn't even know that. I just know that something happened bad to him. Like something happened to him. And everybody act like, like they didn't know. And, ain't nobody fell in no mat trying to get a ball and die. Like that was the craziest. Like, what? That don't even make sense. They understand. Why don't people understand that we just want Karmelo to have a fair trial? They understand. They just don't care because, as I stated before, we are talking about a black. The issue is he is accused of doing something to a white person. So, because he's accused of doing something to a white person, the rules don't apply here. So, they know this already. They know this already. They saw the same trial that we saw, but they feel like since he's done something to a white person, just throw him in jail. He don't need a fair trial. He did this. He admitted he did it. So just throw him in jail. That's kind of how they feel. But unfortunately, the law don't work like that. Yes, he said XYZ happened, but he also said he did it just because he was defending himself. So what they did is made sure to show a tape that kind of conflicted what he said, because if you're defending yourself, what are you defending yourself against? So essentially they made him look like a monster. And I feel like once they get this resolved, that they really need to sue the state, because I don't understand it. And then we don't know, because the judge could have said that they can't play the whole video. We don't really know because the case was sealed. But anywho, even if the judge said that, his attorney, I feel like, could have fought for it, because the video needs to be played because it can show what really happened. They know. Kendrick Johnson, and they sued Kendrick Johnson's mother. So her son died and then they sued her. Yeah, just like white tees. I don't even need to look that up. Just like white tees. When they lie, they lie. Yeah, I don't know what this means. The family should have did their research. I'm so tired of people saying research. Research is not going to Google. But anywho, the family should have did their research and contacted Texas Innocence Project advocates. Be a part of our mission to free innocent people and prevent wrongful convictions. So the family, they're not from Texas. So I mean, it's, pretty much when you move to a new city, you don't know anything. When I moved to Georgia, I didn't know nothing. Like everything in Georgia was not how it was where I moved from. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, somebody said 10 years probation. Wait a minute. So he didn't get 10. So he didn't go to jail? Because you're saying 10 years probation. I thought he got 10 years. You're talking about probation. That ain't jail. He got 30 days for unalive exile. So yeah, they're not the same. And then they say he literally intentionally. So I don't believe it was a situation where he was jumped, but I didn't know that either. 10 years probation. That ain't jail. He got 30 days jail time. What is his name? 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐠𝐞𝐭 Samuel. Let me look that up because I'm a little bit. I gotta check some, y'all. Okay, let me just check something. I want to check this guy. What's his name? 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞. Oh, 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐝𝐚𝐬𝐫𝐞. 𝐮𝐬𝐝𝐚𝐬𝐫𝐞. What kind of damn name is that? All right. That ain't that man. Is that the right name? 𝐶𝐬𝐵𝐾. Yeah, I don't know why when I bring that up, oh, I found it now. You are not lying. I had to look this up. See, his name is synonymous. If there's a doctor with that same name. This boy, look at this, y'all. You were right. I just had to look it up because that just don't even seem right. He definitely got 10 years probation. Look at this. Teen sentenced to probation for fatally stabbing his classmate. Huh. It says a jury today sentenced. Well, this didn't happen today. This was like in last year or the year before. I don't remember. It says a jury sentenced 𝐬𝐮 to 10 years probation. I thought he got 10 years for stabbing of John J. student Joshua Kinnaman in April of last year. So this happened. Did it happen around the same time? It says the victim's family left the courtroom in tears, disappointed with the jury's punishment for criminally negligent homicide. He was looking forward to graduation and getting his driver's license. Let's see what they,
Happening today, a jury sentenced a former John Jay student convicted of killing another student. The Northside student was found guilty of stabbing another student behind a West Side restaurant.
Former John Jay student 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞 will spend 30 days in jail for the fatal stabbing, as well as 10 years.
Oh, you ain't never lied. You are right. This boy got 30 days in jail, incarceration, and 10 years probation. But Karmelo gets 35 years. Come on now. This ain't even alike. Like if he got 10 years probation, then Karmelo could have got 2 years probation because from what I'm learning from people, this guy actually pursued that kid.
Probation. News 4 San Antonio's Phil Sterling has more on the legal battle that took place in the courtroom.
A jury today sentenced 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞 to 10 years probation for the stabbing death of John Jay student Joshua Kinnaman in April of last year. Kinnaman's family in tears as they left the courtroom, disappointed with the jury's punishment for criminally negligent homicide.
He was looking forward to graduation, getting his driver's license.
𝐸𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞's attorney, Charles Bunk, says the video shows 𝐸𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞 pulled out his knife after Kinnaman shoved him.
He walked out the door with his to-go cup.
Okay, guys, I'm glad y'all told me about this. So it's similar in the shoving part because you shove me, I'm gonna pull out a weapon. But I believe the difference in it, the Carmelo Anthony case is he was jumped, and they're also saying that the weapon that he used was not his, but that it was something that they had used that was sitting there, which makes sense because they keep saying, why he had that in his bag? He never had anything in his bag.
If he took the knife out and came at the guy, then I say, okay, that guy needs to go to prison. But he doesn't. He's backing away.
Bunk says the video shows Kinnaman lunging at 𝐸𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞, then getting stabbed.
Because we're not talking about a little oopsie.
The prosecution saw it a different way. They say the manager at the restaurant behind which Kinnaman was killed is a place where teens often fight.
You even know that there was a confrontation earlier before in astronomy. They knew they were going to get out into that parking lot and exchange blows. That's exactly what you agreed to.
𝐸𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞 will still have to serve 30 days in jail and 60 days in house arrest before his probation kicks in. Phil Sterling reporting for News 4 San Antonio.
Thank you for watching.
Well, that's very interesting, y'all. That is a little different but similar in, you know, a lot of ways, because the, you know, he did pass away and it was, you know, still a knife. And I mean, that kid spent 30 days in jail and then 60 days house arrest. Yeah. Not cool at all. They definitely did Karmelo dirty. Definitely did him dirty, but they ass is gonna catch hell. Somebody said, I sent you an email. Okay, I'm gonna look at it on my phone. Oh, I did not know. Thank you. Thank you for telling me about that. I am not familiar with the Innocence Project at all. But I do, this is what I do feel. And y'all follow me on this. I feel like Karmelo needs a couple of paid attorneys. And I feel like Karmelo needs, I mean, I know, you know, they don't got Diddy money, but do y'all remember the Diddy trial? Diddy would be in jail for the rest of his life if he didn't have enough attorneys to be able to figure out that them folks was not telling the whole truth. Now, I ain't saying that Diddy is an angel, but you just can't put people in prison because you don't like them, you know. And I feel like with the Diddy case, it was more of they didn't really like him opposed to what really happened. I feel like he need a few lawyers, not just one, not two. He need a 3-4 man show. That's what I think. What y'all think? Somebody said the innocent process. Okay, good. I'm glad. I'm gonna reach out to him. So somebody is putting in a chat. The Innocence Project got so many people out of prison. I don't know. Thank y'all for telling me. I'm calling them. I didn't know anything about it, but I think I've heard about it. I think I've heard about it. They say Karmelo's original mug shot, he was all beat up. Exactly. I've heard that. I've heard that. I have definitely heard that. You know, the Innocent Project, you know, may be something that could work for him, because I believe they need to find attorneys that's not in that circle of needing to fit in. You know what I mean? Because there is this group of folks that they're gonna do anything to fit in. So I think they just need to not be a part of that group. Because I originally was like, dang, he need to get an attorney that's not in Dallas. So yeah, but let me look at this Innocent. Where they like, where do they originate from? Are they like, it says 3 men are exonerated in Philadelphia after 28 years of wrongful conviction. Okay. I didn't know anything about this. Like I said, I think I heard about it. So they're located in New York. We work to free the innocent, prevent wrongful convictions, and create fair, compassionate, and equitable systems of justice for everyone. Okay. Thank you, but I did not know of this Innocent Project. You have to be careful when getting innocent projects, because a lot of these programs are being funded and can be politically motivated. Yeah, I said that. That's why I was like, I think because, you know, the appeal, let's say, you know, he gets the appeal and he gets a new trial. That is it. Like you don't get to appeal and appeal. So I would be very skeptical. I think that, you know, it could possibly be, but I don't know how this particular Innocent Project thing work. They probably don't work as an additional layer. They probably just take on the whole case. So I don't know. And I believe with this sort of a thing, it may take forever, because I believe with these sorts of places, they're working on different cases. So I don't know, but I feel like something good is going to happen. But he definitely don't need no 1 lawyer, definitely not 2, not less than 3. Oh, he need Brian Steele, Keith Adams, and Nicole Westmoreland. That now listen, hopefully I don't never have to call a lawyer, but if I do, it's them right there on the screen. That right there, man, get up out of here. They went to New York to help the Diddy case. Yeah, that would be my team right there. I mean, because you really want lawyers who want to win. Brian Steele was not playing when it came to Thug. Brian Steele was gonna go to jail over his client, Young Thug. He even told the judge, listen, if you gonna lock me up, I just got one request. Put me in the cell with Thug, because if you lock me up, I still have to work on his case. I was like, man, please. Can't nobody tell me nothing about Brian Steele. Nobody. Because the only question the judge asked Brian Steele was, who told you? He could have just told him. Brian Steele was like, no, I'm not going to tell. If you don't tell me, I'm going to put you in jail. Brian Steele like, yeah, I'm not telling you. You see what I'm saying? Brian Steele like, look, I'm still ain't. I know it's not ain't, but I'm just trying to be funny. I'm still not telling you. Ain't nobody, I ain't never met Brian Steele, but I feel like I know him. They work appeals. It's several different divisions of the Innocent Project. It's one. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, okay. It's one in the Fort Worth area. I comment on my phone and I'm watching you on my 75-inch screen TV and I read all the comments. Okay, Emily Jordan. Yeah, so I mean, yes, Brian Steele, the truth. Man, y'all can't listen. I ain't never met him, but when he did that, I was like, listen, if I needed a lawyer, it's gonna be him right there. Because Brian Steele is riding with his clients, and that's what you're supposed to be. Imagine these people are paying you money and they trusted in you to provide a service, and you gonna go sell them out because you want to be besties with the judge. No. I enjoy your commentary on this case. Keep going, Lakeysha. Thank you so much, and thank you for the super chat. Yeah, Brian Steele made me change my whole thought process of what I thought a lawyer was supposed to be. Because when I saw Brian Steele, I was like, okay, that is it right there. Brian Steele was going to stand up for his clients. He ain't trying to be the judge friend. He ain't trying to be the lawyer friend. It's his client first and then everybody else. Because again, he could have told the judge who told him, but he was like, no, I'm not. Okay, if you're going to send me to jail, okay, I'm going to appeal it. But if I got to go to jail, can you put me in the room with Thug? Because we still have to work on the case. I was like, man, he a real one. He is a real one. They've been doing us dirty while making money off of us at the same time. True. Brian Steele actually sat in jail with a client, with a client to gain his trust because he believed in his case. What do you mean when you say Brian Steele actually sat in jail? So, because you just can't sit in jail. So what do you mean when you say he actually sat in jail with a client to gain his trust because he believed in the case? Can you tell me more? That's who Karmelo Anthony will be when he becomes a lawyer. They keep saying that. I heard that. Max Sharp is a great attorney as well. But you know what I learned about Max? He said that was his first time doing a criminal case. I thought he did a great job, but he did say that. I believe your appeals have to be exhausted before the Innocent Project will take your case. Also, because Karmelo claims self-defense, I don't think he qualifies. That's a good one. So you said you know what? It may be, okay, I wonder if it says that on here. So you say you think your appeals rights have to be exhausted. You know, I'm sure it has to be something else to it, because I'm sure everybody will be trying to get them. That could be true. Karmelo Anthony will become a great attorney. Yeah, I'm sure he will, because knowing what he went through, that he was set up, he finna go in the trust courtroom. If he gonna be a lawyer, he ain't finna trust nobody. Knowing what he saw and doing that to him at his young age, he will be a beast in the courtroom. He will be the best, if not better than Brian Steele. Because think about, to even be, I mean, I can think like what I was as a child, but to think that I had a basic fight to defend myself, and you give me 35 years. Now, I don't know if I told y'all, but I sure had to cut me a hoe before. You try to jump me, I'm going to give you slice, and dice. And I really tried to send you home to Jesus. You just never went, okay? You just didn't make it, ma'am. But I sure tried to send you there. Jump your mammy, okay? Don't do that. So I know what that feels like. But even as a child, in my position, I wasn't a child. I was 20. I had 19. I had turned 20. But even then, I felt like, dang, like I felt like I should have went home too, because I mean, I was 20 years old. Like, but I think it was fair, way fairer than, sending somebody. I mean, 35 years. I get it. The boy died, but he didn't set out to unalive this boy. Like, he wasn't like, I'm about to, so it wasn't fair. Brian Steele is an attorney, not a lawyer. What? What do you mean? Are they not the same thing? Brian Steele ain't no snitch. Somebody said Brian Steele is an attorney, not a lawyer. Okay, I just want to know what's the difference, because I call him an attorney, lawyer. I mean, is there a difference? I thought it was pretty much the same. Southern Poverty Center is another agency that fights for those in these situations. I was going to work for them. I was actually going to work for them because I like what they stand for. But I had got irritated because I had an interview with them. And listen, I get irritated when people keep wasting my time. So I had an interview with them before. And the lady kept, like, she scheduled the interview, and like, it's your time to interview. She would send me a message, and she was like, she had to cancel. So I was like, fine. She scheduled it again. Y'all know what she did? 10 minutes before the interview, she canceled it again. So I'm like, damn. Second time, scheduled it again. Time for the interview. Y'all already know what she did. Canceled it. I called her manager. I said, I don't know what y'all running here, but you don't continue to schedule interviews for people and then keep canceling it. Like, I have stuff to do myself. Don't have me scheduling an interview and rearranging my day and then keep canceling. That's so unprofessional. And then she was like, I forgot I had my such and such soccer game. So I really felt like she just didn't want to do the interview. And I'm just like, well, why the hell she called me? Like, if you didn't want to do it, you really didn't have to call. Or you could have been like, oh, well, we're not going to interview now. But why would you keep scheduling and canceling? So I called, and child was like, listen, y'all unprofessional. But yeah, I did want to work there at once upon a time because I like what they did. One of the lawyers who worked on O.J. Simpson started the Innocent Projects. Really? I didn't know that. Max learned under Brian. Yes, he did. And he learned fast. When I heard him say that he had never did a criminal trial, I was like, well, he said he never did a criminal case. I was surprised because I thought he did a wonderful job. I would love to have had Brian Stevenson take on the Karmelo case. He is based in Montgomery, Alabama, head of the Equal Justice Initiative. But is he a practicing attorney? I've never heard of Brian Stevenson. Brian is out of Georgia. Yes, he right here. So he would need to find an attorney in Texas and request a to use the attorney in Texas license. Yes, we learned that. I learned that yesterday. So I didn't know that. Yes, so I learned that if you are out of another state, you definitely can represent someone in another state. I didn't know that. I thought that you had to be licensed in that particular state. They said Karmelo was taking notes himself during the case and his defense wasn't. Are we surprised? That soft ass attorney Mello had didn't. He had a coochie, definitely a female. It was Yak's attorney's first case. I'm so sorry. Was it Doug? I'm sorry. I'm getting them mixed up. It was Doug. That's who I'm getting the attorneys mixed up. Doug Weinstein was the attorney that said it was his first criminal case. I'm mixing them up. You are right. That is the one that I was talking about. Doug Weinstein. Now, I know I said another attorney, but I really meant Doug. I got them mixed up. I'm horrible with names. Yes, it definitely was Doug because I had been following him, and I remember he had did a video or something, and he was like, I had never did a criminal case before. Like, right. Oh, happy Juneteenth to you. Can FBI get involved? Now, the FBI did get involved before with Collin County. If you guys remember, I had talked about Suzanne Wooten. They had gotten involved during that particular situation because they stated that the DA's office was illegally using their power to pin charges on people. But then you got to understand the administration that we have now when they weaponize their administration. So they probably wouldn't have a problem with them doing the same thing as long as they are a Republican. Brian Steele's wife is a federal attorney. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. He sat in jail in the YSL case. The judge put him in jail with Thug. The judge put him in there for contempt of court. He called the judge. Well, he didn't actually go to jail. The judge tried to, but he got it. So what ended up happening is the judge tried to put him in jail, but the lawyers are a part of this organization. So a bunch of lawyers came down and they did something which he ended up appealing it, right? So it all happened really fast because, they're lawyers, they got their connections. Brian Steele never went to jail because once he filed the appeal, which was the same day, they held it, which meant they said, okay, since you appealed it, we are going to override this. So I think it was like the Supreme Court or something, but he didn't go to jail. He didn't. And it was ultimately dismissed. But, if it was, that judge would have definitely did it, but he actually didn't go. Carmelo Anthony has been chosen from God. God will put you through things to prepare for your chosen purpose. He claims self-defense, which is saying he is innocent of murder. Okay, so you're replying to the comment about somebody said I think the comment was he couldn't use the innocent project because he claimed self-defense, which I got to agree with this comment because you said he claims self-defense, which means he's innocent, right? So self-defense does not mean that you're guilty. It means that you have a right to protect yourself, which could happen in any case. Like somebody could be trying to do something to you and you protect yourself, which means they not here anymore. It doesn't make you guilty. So yeah, I read the comment, but I wasn't thinking. But now that you're putting it in the chat, what you're saying is correct. I have to turn my alarm. So yeah, basically when you claim self-defense, you're saying, listen, I'm not guilty of that. So absolutely. But I think you're probably associating it with, oh, well, somebody did die. They did, but you do have a right to defend yourself. So his case meets the Texas multiple assailant doctrine. He should be free. Now, is the Texas multiple assailant doctrine? I got to look that up because I think I know what you're talking about. But I got to look it up. Okay, so the Texas multiple assailant doctrine is a self-defense principle allowing a person to use force, including deadly force, against any member of a group if they reasonably perceive an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury from the group as a whole. See, I didn't even know about that. But when I saw your comment, I thought you were referencing, I know that there is a law that if you set out to do a crime on somebody and anyone passes away, that you can be charged with a crime. And that is probably why they won't play that whole tape. And this is why I was saying too, it may even get dismissed because what we're overlooking is that Karmelo had an illness. I was speaking to a doctor yesterday and I said, tell me about seizures. I said, so if you have seizures, I said, is it a risk for you to have a fight? And they said, if you have seizures and you have a fight, you can die. I didn't know that. Did y'all know that? Karmelo had seizures. So a fight could be deadly to him. I don't believe that he's going to be charged again. I believe that Karmelo is going to be exonerated, and I believe he's going to sue the state and he's never going to have to work again. That's just what I think. And his parents should sue them too. So I didn't know about that. I just learned something today. The Texas multiple assailant doctrine. See, I'm gonna have to do a video on that. I'm gonna have to do a video on that. I didn't know anything about that. Thank you, Lace 4349. Brian Steele is a lawyer I would trust. Look, Brian Steele is the only lawyer that I feel like if I needed to trust a lawyer, I feel like I can trust Brian out the gate. Because he's silent, okay? He's silent. I have never witnessed or heard or saw an attorney that go up against the judge. Normally, these attorneys is kissing up to the judge. Listen, Brian Steele was like, look, it ain't happening when it comes to my client. All right, let me... Milton Brewer 4590. It's obviously wrong doing. They don't want a retrial, not because they know he could be let out, because the retrial would mean truth. And then other guys got to go to jail, projecting Hunter and the pals. Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. But isn't that low down and dirty that you would rather for someone else to sit in jail because you want to cover up your shit? Y'all didn't really have to charge anybody. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to pick out the black boy and say, yep, you're going to be the fall guy for this. We're going to put you in jail. Like, what did they think? I mean, did they really think that the world was going to sit around and allow you to railroad a black person? Like, we ain't having it. We don't know Karmelo, but we ain't having it. And partially the reason why I feel like I feel, because I feel like if we allow this to happen, it's only a matter of time for they be snatching our sons up off the, street, putting them in jail, trumping up charges. Hell to the no. Absolutely no. It ain't happening. No. No. Thank you for your super chat. They want a race war. Yeah, I mean, because that's what this is all about. I mean, they keep saying it ain't, but it is. It is. It is. Like the attorney I had yesterday, she has Esquire ESQ behind her name. If you see ESQ behind a lawyer's name, that means they went on and passed the bar. We need a whistleblower to get us that video and anything else that we need to blow this thing wide open and get Karmelo out of that prison. Now, girl, you thinking like me, because I was like, now, how can we get that video? Now, somebody put that Michelle from ISD was fired, and I don't think so, because let me just check my email. That is who sent me my, let me just check because I don't be remembering. But I think that's the lady that I had spoken to. about my no, Michelle is still there. Michelle was not fired at all. Let me show you why I know well, I don't need to show you, but she's not fired. She's the lady that emailed me about my request. So Michelle is still there. Somebody had put in the chat that they thought Michelle was fired. She wasn't. She's not fired. The only threat that Karmelo have to the community or others is he is intelligent with good morals. And that's what they hated about him. You know, it's you got to be kind of careful, especially, you know, when your children, especially when they're young, you got to really try to be in a business and find out what kind of friends they have or even enemies, because these kids they were jealous of him. They were simply jealous of him. They said Karmelo was a ladies' man. The girls loved him. He had a nice car. Girls, young girls, even women, we like men with nice personalities. They were jealous. Didn't no damn girls like them. You bullies, you're running around here beating up and scaring folks. They was jealous. Just jealous. Then one time about his hands is bisexual. Did y'all hear that? What do you mean? Karmelo School, Centennial High School, should be sued for not having a tent or canopy for their team. Oh, they can be sued for so much more. Listen, I used to have a school. Not only was I a principal, I was a teacher. But when you have a school, your insurance pretty much say somebody can prick their toe and sue you. Okay, so schools can be sued for anything. Like it's literally anything. Like you have insurance for everything. So they can be sued for so much more. And that's probably why they're, you know, originally they was being open with that video. But also too, I don't know if y'all heard this, but I was told originally they tried to, well, let me take this back. I was told allegedly that they told the family that there was not a video. I don't know what that was all about. No, they don't want a retrial because those kids that testify are all going to be in serious trouble. Oh, you said, yeah. Well, it's going to happen. Suppressing the original video is a Brady violation. I love these terms. I looked up the Brady violation before. That's why I feel like this case is going to be dismissed. Brady violation occurs when a prosecutor fails to disclose Brady material, evidence in the government's possession that is favorable to the defense. I got some more words that I just learned. Yes, that is definitely what a Brady violation is. I don't know, y'all. I feel like this is gonna be dismissed. Like seriously, like they did Karmelo so wrong, and I want him to sue them so that he can get this big old check, and then hopefully he can go and get his scholarships. Because the way that they did him, do y'all know the mental trauma that you having to go through just knowing that you really didn't do this and knowing that these folks set you up? I want his lawyer to get this fired. I want them all to go down. We just can't focus on that right now. We can't focus on that right now because I feel like what they did eventually, you know, but right now we got to focus on getting him, you know, out of jail, out of prison, because it's not a jail. He's actually in a prison. We have better defense coming from this chat than what they had, right? For them to testify, they can be granted immunity. I don't think they grant them no damn immunity. They're not. I mean, because granting them immunity for what? They done told too many stories. They can't even be trusted. It sure is a Brady violation. Karmelo should request an evidentiary hearing, and they can call these Frisco officials who saw the video to the stand, as well as others. And they need to call those folks that went in to see the video. And let me just tell you why. Because when I interviewed like Dwayne on my channel, and I learned this because I requested to see the video, you actually have an email and they have proof that you actually saw the video. So, you know, you just can't be like, I saw the video if you really never saw it. So I believe these people of the community that have stated that they saw the video need to come and show up as well. Especially, guys, if later on down the road they say, oh, we lost the video or the video got destroyed. If that's the case, then just throw the whole case away. There are people moving in silence. We keep praying for the truth to unfold and for victory and release of the innocent one, Karmelo. These Neanderthals took us back to 1926. That's a no-go. That's a no way. They not going to get away with it, right? Beating up people and running around. Yeah, Eddie should be charged. Well, here's the deal. They're not going to charge them because the lying was for the benefit of the prosecution. Ken Paxton suppressed the video. That is correct. We have to vote him out because if you guys recall the video, you could go and see the video. But now they're saying, actually they send you, let me see if I have it. It's this long, they got like it's 2 pages of bull crap basically telling you that you can't see the video. They will call all the people that stated that they saw the video and they will have to sign an affidavit and sworn testimony. I worked for DOJ. Well, see, when you sign statements, basically, you know, like I think they signed like they signed something saying that they wouldn't talk about it. But y'all do know that when it's related to a crime that was committed, none of that stuff matters. So if a crime was committed and you have information, it don't matter what you sign. Yes, the school has the original video. Yeah, I hope it's dismissed. I really do. I hope that it's dismissed because the prosecution, for one, they did stuff that they shouldn't have done. For instance, like somebody put in the chat, a Brady violation. So the prosecution intentionally kept evidence because it would have been favorable to Karmelo. Like y'all intentionally did this. So what if they would have showed the whole video? What would the jury have stated then? But because they didn't show it, the jury arrived at the decision that they made. I think this should be dismissed. So, Mr. Willis, you tell your friend why the case got dismissed because you messed with evidence. And then you underestimated Black people because you really thought that we was going to ride with this bullshit. And I don't know why y'all thought that we was going to ride with this bullshit. Milton Brew 4590. I see you back. We can get anonymous. We can get anonymous to get the video. Oh, they are using their computer, guys. Fire with fire. That's all I'm saying. That part. They even stop your fund. That's what I'm talking about. What you said. We need to get anonymous, okay? Because here's the deal. All you got to do is give them a check. Listen, give them that check. I'm sure they'll release that video for the right amount. Because, I mean, who gonna know? Who gonna tell? Yes, I like the idea. Just like you said, they corrupt. And see, that's the thing about certain people. And let's just talk about Democrats versus Republicans. We know that the Republicans do everything. They don't follow the law. See, unfortunately, with Democrats, they like to follow the law. And unfortunately, sometimes you got to go around. But in all honesty, as it relates to this video, if the video got out, it's just out. So we definitely need to get anonymous. You can't fight fair with corruption. Exactly, because you're fighting against a lie. Like it's all corrupt. Exactly. They will all be disbarred because they violated the fruit of, y'all is throwing these words. I got to figure out what this is. They will all be disbarred because they violated the fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine. So now I got to look that up. And it just came up. The fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine is a legal U.S. criminal law that extends the exclusionary rule, it dictates that any evidence discovered as a direct result of an initial constitutional violation, such as an illegal search, seizure, or coerced confession, must be thrown out. See, I didn't even know what that meant. Man, I'm learning some stuff. The fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine is a legal principle in U.S. criminal law that extends the exclusionary rule. It dictates that any evidence discovered as a direct result of an initial constitutional violation, such as illegal seizure, search, or coerced confession, must also be thrown out. I agree. That's what I was saying. Like, it just seems like there's so many different reasons that, Karmelo can get this appealed. And that's why I was saying, I don't feel like he won't get an appeal. I really don't. But I still want people to vote. I still want people to vote. They're saying now that Judge Roach is trying to run for office. Corrupt, corrupt, corrupt. I call them lawyers when they not, what that mean? I call them attorneys when they're doing a good job. Okay. Justice for Mello. Do you mean I call them lawyers when they not shit? Is that what that means? Oh, okay. Okay. You call them lawyers when they're not shit. I call them attorneys when they're doing their job. I call them liars. Yeah, some of them are liars. Like some of these lawyers you cannot trust. I've had a few, they stole my money. So now whenever I work with a lawyer, I make sure that I'm emailing them exactly what I want and what I want them to do. Don't just give me your little contract to sign and no. I need to give you this, and we need to agree with an email as to what you're going to do. I'm not just going to sign your little paperwork. I remember I had this attorney. He had falsified. Like I had literally hired this guy. He was supposed to be representing me, but then after I paid him, I said, you know what? I got to finish something else. I said, so we'll pick up. I think it was like a month or so, but I had ended up paying him in advance. I remember I had a court hearing, but I didn't need him to go for that because I needed him for after it was over. Do you know this dude? He was like, oh, I'm going to stop in and say hi to you. I said, okay. Do y'all know he charged me for that? Why would you charge me for coming to say hi to me? I didn't ask you to be here. So he literally had gave me, remember I told you I had paid him in advance and realized, okay, I really don't need him right now. So I was like, okay, just hold it and then I'll use you after. Before I could get to my new what I really needed him for, he had pretty much sent me a bill as if I had used up all the money and he had never did anything for me. A lot of these lawyers ain't shit. A lot of them ain't shit. Yeah, that is true. I don't trust Democrats or Republicans. Yeah, they're the same old bird. That is true. But I do vote. Okay. I do pick somebody and say, okay, this is who I'm rolling with. And I call it a day. By no means necessary do I feel like these people gonna change my life or anything as it relates to that. But I vote because I want to keep my basic needs. Because if you ain't realized, you should have realized we got an idiot in the White House that is only concerned about what he can make off the people. Another violation, the prosecution held a meeting with a sworn-in witness. That's all I'm saying. They said that, and that's why I was saying, I hope the cameras in the court was on, but they said that they took a witness to the back. I'm just like, what was going on? But why was the attorney not saying anything? I could never do that to somebody. Like literally, we finna go toe to toe. I don't give a damn if you don't like me. You think I'm finna represent somebody and allow y'all to do this person like that? And I know that they could get 99 years in jail. Oh, I'm telling on everybody. I'm telling on everybody. So you said, I hope you reported that attorney who charged you for nothing. I did. I sure did. And I learned that lesson moving forward that I don't trust them. I do not trust them because this guy literally gave me a whole bill for nothing. He literally went to court. And I was like, I didn't have court. Like, I literally was going to court for something different that you couldn't help me with. I literally was just having a conversation with him. And I was like, okay, I'm wrapping it up. I'm going to be here. And he was like, because he worked in the courthouse. Okay, I'm going to stop down and say hi to you. And then they're going to send me like a $200 bill. Why would I need you to say hi to me to charge me? Where do they do that at? Okay, what does this mean? Okay. You said Karmelo. Oh, Karmelo's lawyer is a petty fogger. I don't know what that means, child. What that mean? Oh, okay. I never heard that word. So this is like, I feel like I'm at school. I know what that meant. Petty fogging is the practice of, what is that? Wait a minute. Is the practice of quibbling over trivial, insignificant details or engaging in petty, dishonest, or overly technical arguments. Yeah, I can see that. He definitely was dishonest. Like, I don't understand. Like, there will be no way that I can sit in there knowing this person could go to jail for 99 years and let y'all go to the back with witnesses. Come on now. He was supposed to right then emergency something to the Supreme Court and be like, this case is not doing what it was supposed to do. But no, he didn't do that. Their mindset is if you are not cheating, you are not trying. It's the way we got to be at this point. Peace not working. Results are what matter. I agree. We got a whole group of people that's like, listen, if we ain't gonna win, we gonna cheat. Listen, I'm with a little fraud. Now, listen, if we got to do what we got to do and we got to do the little fraud to do, that's what the president doing. He's stealing money and doing all sort of shit. And they still propping this criminal up. I'm with it. Hey, you can't play fair all the time. The thing about playing fair, you can't play fair with corruptness. Like, how you gonna play fair with that? So you gonna continue to lose because they're gonna continue to cheat. So when you can, cheat right along with them. You know, you gotta fight fire with fire. Surprised Jake Long got arrested. Not surprised he got out. Well, listen to this part. He only got arrested because they complained to the district attorney's office. He stood there right in front of the police multiple times saying he was going to get hung. He was going to take him out. That boy didn't get arrested because they decided to arrest him. They got the pressure to arrest him. And also what he said was on tape. Like, so that's the only reason why they arrested him. But then it had to be Karmelo Anthony's crazy judge that let him out because no other judge let that boy out. Or set up a fundraiser and name it for victims of injustice without the Anthony's name on it. Send private emails to supporters to know. See the thing with that. This is the thing with that. People are very much connected to Karmelo Anthony. They will give more when you say Karmelo Anthony's name. So to say victims of injustice, ain't nobody gonna give to that. I'm gonna just be honest, because what does that even mean? I'm not saying they won't give, but yeah, they're not going to give like that. I just don't think that they would. And in all honesty, I feel like the people watch the videos, and to be honest, in order to be able to fundraise, you can't do it in secret because you ain't gonna make no money. Even if you did something and said victims of injustice, they will get that shut down too. So that's why I said I have to align myself with a minority-owned, institution and let them know, because I can go right in there and tell them, This is what these racist folks is doing. They don't want, you know, fundraising for, you know, I can talk how I want to talk. When I tried this, you know, with GoDaddy, they was getting on my nerves. So they claim the jurors only took 30 minutes in Karmelo. It seems longer because they took an hour and a half for lunch. Yeah, I think what they're saying is that I think what I was hearing from that is that they had arrived at a conclusion, I'm sorry, at a verdict before they went to lunch. That's what I thought they meant. But I mean, I could be wrong. The first attorney recused himself. Mike Miller should have recused himself as well if he was so concerned about his career being destroyed. He needs to send that money back to the Anthonys. You have to remember this happened in 2025, so they had more than enough time to set this up to go the way they wanted. Yeah, this absolutely. And then you also have to understand that it took a minute for them to actually charge him. He did not get charged right away. Like why it took them so long? Why it took them so long? They saw that video. They had to get their stuff together. And then if y'all recall, what everybody was saying is that the initial statements changed. Can we spread the message about the 3 vacant seats on the appellate court in Dallas? We need to do this for Karmelo and many others. We need action. Vote. Yes, I don't know like if you just joined, but what I stated is because I don't really live in Dallas, so I'm not really keeping up with the politics. But I said I definitely can bring the attorney back on or even talk to her and we can kind of like come up with like if she wants to maybe come once a week and we can kind of talk about it, maybe take questions. Maybe we can do that. I'm for it because like I said, I'm team Mello and I feel like he's definitely going to get an appeal, but I think that people need to still vote because we need to fill those seats. Okay. We need to get them Trump supporting lunatics. We need to get them out of there. And that's over across all states. They need to go. They need to go. Turning the other cheek and taking the high road gets you nowhere. We must give the same energy that's given to us. Stop with the blind, loyal, and delusion. This isn't kumbaya. And exactly, it ain't. You know, that's why I said, stop asking me on TikTok. Listen, stop asking me how I feel about that boy. I don't give a damn about that boy. Do they care when black folks is unalive? They make jokes. Even the kid that got, was he 14 or 15, that was unalive by that child, they made jokes about him. I don't give a damn about that boy. I don't want to hear it. Tell it to your mama. I don't care. I don't care. Right. Yeah, definitely hold them accountable. In Texas, we need to challenge ourselves to help register. Oh, that's a good one. Help register as many people as possible, including family members, friends, coworkers, and encourage them to vote. Yes, I agree. I agree. I often ask my adult kids, like, is your friend, does your friend vote and, stuff like that, because I don't know, if you've just joined, but what I said is when my children were 17, I think it's like 17 and a half. I don't remember the exact age, but they all registered to vote. So they kind of do it. My daughter, she don't even tell us she going to vote. Like she literally does it by herself. But me and my sons, we go vote together. But she don't, she do her own thing, child. She don't try to go with us. She just go. And I'll be like, girl, did you vote? Yeah. Like, why you didn't tell us? Well, I appreciate y'all. Y'all, we've been on here for 4 hours, a very long time. So I really appreciate y'all. I don't know if you just joined, but if you just joined, one of the things I said, I put in for everyone to get a refund from the money that you had already donated. And the reason why I did this is because the account that it went in, they pretty much said that they're going to put a hold on it, I think until October. And I'm like, well, how stupid is that? I'm just going to put in a refund and give everybody their money back, because why would it just sit there until October? Like, I don't have time to play stupid games. So I did put in for the refund. I'm going to check it because I think it's there 5 to 10 days. And I was just wondering, like, why would it take 5 to 10 days? But anywho, what I was saying is, if you wanted it back sooner, you can definitely dispute it. You can dispute it. I mean, and let me know if you have any other questions. But if you just joined, I am working on a new website, but I'm going to make sure I'm working with somebody Black owned, as well as the payment process. And so we don't have this problem, because unfortunately, when you're dealing with white racist people, they have white racist friends, and they just, do what they did before. And again, if you know of anybody that's messing with GoDaddy, don't mess with them. They're extremely MAGA. I didn't know that. They are the ones that messed up the site. Okay. I'm in Dallas, born in Fort Worth. This been going on. Even the vote part, they cheat. Why you think Trump pulled that card? He know cheating exists, right? You talking about the part where he said, find the votes, okay? Because he showed it like, find the votes, find the votes. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. I believe it. I definitely believe it. But like I said, thank you guys. If you guys did not like the video, please like the video. That does help the video go throughout the algorithm, so we can share the information. And also, once the video ends, I would really appreciate it if you guys can hype the video up. I'll see y'all later, and happy Juneteenth Day. I'll talk to y'all later.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm listening. Go on. Yes, I'm typing it all down.
Kia, clear, spilling tea, no fear, no fear. They talk loud, but I'm still here. Lakeysha Keysha, say it clear. I don't lies right here. Spilling tea, no fear. I'm still here. Da 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 da. No. Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. They talk loud, but I'm still here. Lakeysha Keysha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Yeah. Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. I'm still here, no fear, but I'm still here. Lakeysha Keysha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here. Make sure you subscribe to Lakeysha Keysha, my dear. I'm still here, no fear, but I'm still here. Lakeysha Keysha, say it clear. Real talk lives right here.
Stretch words like
Spilling tea, no sugar, no fear. Make sure you subscribe to the Lakeysha Keysha channel.